football tonight, so I know that there's a chance that not the same number of people are going to be around that we normally see, because I believe there's like big games and stuff. But to be honest, if you're going to choose football over wrestling, you're a fake fan, right? I'm saying it, you're a fake fan, right? You should stop watching wrestling, because nothing should get in the way of tonight's Raw. But all joking aside, of course, if you have chosen the football instead, then I hope you enjoy that, and I hope you catch up with Raw at a later date. But yeah, we are looking forward to tonight's show. We've got Jinder Mahal, Tony Khan's favorite. He is going to be in action. He is going to be taking on Seth Rollins for that World Heavyweight Championship. Really looking forward to that. I don't think that Jinder wins. We spoke about this yesterday. I don't think Jinder is going to get the victory, but let's see what you lot think. There'll be a few people joining us today that weren't here yesterday. So will Jinder leave as World Champion? Let's put that in the poll. I can tell you it was really close yesterday. I think it was like 56-44, and I won't say which way in case I sway the vote, but it was really, really close yesterday. So will Jinder leave as world champion? Let's start that poll and get your thoughts. The other thing I need to do is just make sure that there is some sort of link up on X, so that people know that we are live. I think, did I schedule one? No. Well, that's an oversight. So I need to just schedule a link to let people know that we are live. So I'll read some comments out whilst we are setting that up, and then we can get stuck into the news and stuck into the big talking points. Really, the biggest thing I've seen today is about Cora Jade. So it's funny, we spoke yesterday and showed that she was out at her birthday party, and she seemed to be in great spirits. I believe she was in great spirits. So signs were looking pretty good that the injury that she had sustained at the house show maybe wasn't going to be as serious as what we first thought. And news has come out today that she has actually got a pretty serious injury. She's going to be out for 9 to 12 months. So, I mean, that really blindsided me, to be honest, because seeing that footage of her out at a restaurant, she was laughing, she was joking, it was her birthday, there was like, you know, you couldn't see her walking around, I understand that, but just the vibe of it just felt like, okay, maybe that injury wasn't as bad as we first thought. So to get the news today that it was, and she is actually going to be out for an extended period of time now, that's heartbreaking for her. That is really heartbreaking, because she's just been away for ages as well. She went off and had a few operations, shall we say, and came back, and she hasn't been back very long, and now she's picked up an injury, a pretty bad injury, and so as we said, she's going to be out for an extended period of time. So that's the biggest news that I've seen today. Jeremy said, could we see a cash-in at the Royal Rumble or something later this year? So in regards to cash-in, there's a few theories doing the rounds as to when Damian's going to do it. The first thing I would say is that I think this is the best way of doing a cash-in, is by leaving it till the next year. I don't mind those cash-ins that are done on the same show, like, oh my god, you know, we've got a new champ, it's EO or it's Liv Morgan, and they cash in on the shows. But I really do like these ones where they wait, because I think there's real value in walking around with the briefcase. I think that you look at the person different. I look at Damian Priest different after he won the briefcase than when before he had the briefcase, because I'm looking at him now going, are you going to be a world champ soon? Are you about to be a world champion? And I'm trying to work out if they're going to do it or not. And every week that he comes out on the show with that briefcase, subconsciously or consciously, I'm asking that question, are you going to cash that in tonight? And it's making me think about Damian Priest. And I might not think about him anywhere near as much otherwise. So I think there's real value in holding the briefcase for a long time. Of course, there's obviously value in cashing in and becoming champion, but I think there's real value in holding the briefcase for a long time. So there's a few thoughts that we might see him cash in today on the Seth Jinder match. I mean, that is going to be an opportunity. There's a few thoughts that we might see Damian cash in at WrestleMania at the end of Seth and CM Punk. We think it's going to go that way. I've not really seen too many people talking past WrestleMania, but there probably is a good chance that we could go past WrestleMania as well. I mean, don't forget, he's got until the next Money in the Bank show, which I believe is around about June time. So, I mean, he's got time till we get to the next Money in the Bank. It hasn't got to be at WrestleMania. But WrestleMania would feel like the last big stop, you know? That's the last big show that he can cash it in on. But yeah, we've never had anyone go all the way to Money in the Bank the next year. And that's another one that people would be interested in seeing. Could we go all the way and have him like starting to run out of time? That would be kind of interesting. So in regards to Damian and cashing in, the answer is we don't know, and it's good that we don't know. It's hard enough trying to work out where they're going with it's hard enough to work out where they're going with Seth and CM Punk and Cody and Rock and Roman, and trying to figure out how that's coming together. And we keep getting little bits of news like it's not going to happen at Elimination Chamber, blah, 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 blah. So trying to figure out when Damian's going to insert himself is, you know, close to impossible. So all I can say is I love what we're doing with it at the moment. I love the fact he's not cashed it in yet. I'm also split as to whether I would have him win the title or not. Damian Priest is an interesting one because he's got a great look. He's okay on the microphone, and I think his matches are okay, but I don't find myself loving his promos, and I don't find myself loving his matches, but I do like his look, and I do like how he sounds. I mean, when he talks, he's got a real deep voice. He sounds credible. He sounds like a world champion. He looks like a world champion. Look is very important. Promos, they're okay. They're okay. They're not bad. Matches, they're okay. They're not bad. But I can't sit here and reel off a load of 4 or 5 star matches that Damian Priest has had. I can't sit here and reel off a load of promos that's made us go, duh. You know, like when MJF talks or CM Punk talks, you know, or even when Swerve talks, like when someone that can actually cut good promos talks, you go, whoa, that was one hell of a promo. I just don't think I've done that ever with Damian Priest. So it's hard to know if they're going to pull the trigger on him. It's hard to know. It might be a case that they have another failed cash-in, to be honest. I mean, I don't think Seth needs the title beyond WrestleMania, and CM Punk doesn't really need the title. For him to come back and get the title would be fine, but he doesn't really need it. What CM Punk needs is he needs the belt Roman's got. CM Punk needs to be the face of the company. That's really, anything less than that is just us filling time, really. I mean, his feud with Drew, his feud with Seth, they're going to be great. But the title that CM Punk needs is the one that Roman has got. I think anything less than that is going to be seen as less than that. You know, does he need to be tag champ? No. Does he need to be a mid-card champ? No. He could be the world heavyweight champ, the one that Seth's got, but I don't think anyone sees that belt as bigger than the one Roman's got. Really, if you want to be the guy, if you want to be the man, if you want to be the Hulk Hogan, the John Cena, you know, the Roman Reigns of this next period, you need the belt that Roman's got. That's the one you need. You need the undisputed WWE Heavyweight Championship. And I think Cody needs that as well. And I think CM Punk needs that. And I think Seth wants that. And it's great that we've got so many people that are around that title. No way do I see Damian Priest in that title picture. But I could see him carrying the one that Seth's got. I sort of, and maybe this is wrong, but I see the belt that Seth's got as like a super intercontinental. It's very hard to see it as a world champion and call him a world champion when Roman Reigns is in the world. You know, Roman Reigns, who's having this historic title reign that no one can get the belt off of him. And so we had to create another belt and call that the world title. And to me, that's just basically a super intercontinental. You got the intercontinental and then the super intercontinental. You know, if Gunther wants to abandon the intercontinental, go after Seth's belt, that makes sense. It is definitely a step up. But I would also say it's definitely a step below the one that Roman's got. So Damian cashing in. He could go after Seth's. I don't see him getting Roman's. CM Punk really doesn't need Seth's. Seth doesn't really need Seth. I mean, it gives him something to do, but the belt Seth needs is Roman's. The belt that CM Punk needs is Roman's. The belt that Cody needs is Roman's. That is the belt. And then your Gunthers, your Damian Priest, your Sami Zayns, your Finn Balor's, people that have either never held a world title or only fleetingly been a world champion like Finn, they can have Seth's belt. It reminds me a lot of the old World Heavyweight Championship. We were giving that thing to like Jack Swagger, Mark Henry, you know? People who had potential and definitely could have kicked onto the WWE Championship. But, you know, you started them out on the World Heavyweight Championship. It sort of feels like we're repeating that with this belt as well. So, yeah, lots of thoughts mixed into that one. Let me finish this off because obviously I want to get this sent out and then I can fully focus on you guys. So we've got Seth Rollins, Jinder Mahal. We got Miz and R-Truth against Finn Balor and Damian Priest. We got DIY taking on the Judgment Day. That's going to be Dominic and JD McDonough. I feel like there was another match that was announced, which I might even have written down in my notes from yesterday. Gunther returns. That's what I was missing. And Cody will open the show. So Gunther returns and Cody opens the show. Lovely. Right, we'll post that, tweet that out. Done. Kean said, I hope you have it doing well. I don't understand something that I am not used to those types of things. I don't understand some things that I am not used to those types of things. Well, don't worry about it. I know you're trying to send in a video. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. There are definitely easier things than trying to get your head around the WeTransfer website. But I've said before, if you want to send in your thoughts on wrestling and you want to kind of speak to the community, then the Wrestling Escape Pod is definitely there for you. And the best way of doing that, because emails don't allow you to send big files, best way of doing that is using the WeTransfer website. It's a free website. There is an option to go for a paid version, but you do not need it, right? You can just send files for free. I use it all the time. And so ignore the paid stuff and everything. Just use the free stuff, and you put in your email, you put in the email you're sending it to, you attach the file. I think it lets you send up to like 2 gig of stuff, which is way bigger than a normal email would. And yeah, use that all the time. It was actually Cultaholic that introduced me to that, because they asked a load of content creators about, when did they start? I mean, it was the year they started. So 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they asked a load of content creators to answer some questions. And they were going to do one of those videos where they got all the answers to the questions from lots of different content creators. It's a good idea. And I was very fortunate that they asked me at the time to be a part of that. I don't think the video ever got uploaded. I don't know why. Not even just my video. I mean, any of the videos. I don't think the project actually got done. But this is going back years and years and years. And I remember how do I asking how do I send the file? And they were like, yeah, no problem. Just use the WeTransfer website. And that was the first time I'd been introduced to it. So I know that that's something that Cultaholic use, and I would imagine Wrestle Talk and other people as well. So that's how I was introduced to it. That before that, I didn't even know about it either. So if you are sending large files, welcome to this online tutorial where we're going to go through different things about the internet. Today we're going to talk about how to send large files over the internet. So that's how you do it. Maka said, you might have already answered this, but does Sasha come back in WWE or go to AEW? Well, word on the street is she's going to AEW. Now, I know that a lot of people are going to say, well, word on the street was CM Punk was not coming back, and you'd be correct. We have kind of spoke about that, though, and I can't blame the journalists for not knowing about that. When even Triple H, CM Punk said it was like, you know, literally the contract was signed the morning of Survivor Series. There'd been one secret meeting like the week before, which apparently like CM Punk, Triple H, and someone in legal knew about, and that was it. I mean, I saw an interview with CM Punk where he said he was phoning his family to let them know on the way to the building, giving them the heads up of this is about to happen. So even CM Punk's family, I'm sure AJ Lee knew, but even his family didn't know because he was calling them on the way to the building. So I understand that Sean Ross Sapp can be a polarizing figure. I understand certainly Dave Meltzer can be a polarizing figure. I'm not interested in any of that. None of that bothers me, right? I'm just interested in the rumors, the stories, what's actually doing the rounds, right? And if you take away the fact that, you know, these people are involved, just look at the brass tacks, look at the story, right? I genuinely don't know what they could have said. If they'd have said it's happening, they wouldn't have had any evidence to have based that on. There'd be no reason for them to say it was happening. There was no one telling them that it was happening. No one knew that it was happening. Clearly, they don't have a contact with Triple H, and even if they did, he ain't going to tell them. If they've got a contact with CM Punk, clearly he was not going to tell them. So, I mean, you can ask the people that put the rings up, and you can ask the people that drive the vans. But if they don't know, you're not going to get any information. So, it's interesting that people have a go at them for reporting what they were being told, because no one would have loved to have been right more than them, you know? No one would have loved to have been correct more than them. They don't need the aggro of reporting something that then turned out to be incorrect, ultimately incorrect, right? So I just think it's kind of, I don't know, that whole thing just kind of amuses me a little bit, to be honest. I think that a lot of people don't like these people, and those feelings kind of get in the way, if you will, you know. I think that to me, I look at that situation like I just don't know what else they could have done other than said we don't know. We've asked and they're saying no, but we don't know 100%. But even that wouldn't have been, you know, even that wouldn't have sufficed people, because there's people with axes to grind. So in regards to Sasha, all I can tell you is the dirt sheets are saying she's going to AEW. Sean Ross Sapp has been very clear in saying that she's going to AEW. This was actually on the back of word saying that talks had broken down. So we heard that talks had broken down between Sasha and WWE. And then there was another report that said that she was on her way to AEW and it was imminent. So as of right now, I am not expecting her to be at the Rumble. I think that you could be looking at Naomi. I don't know where we are with this Julia girl. I don't know about AJ Lee. You know, I will get around to doing one of those videos, which is like top 5 potential surprises in the Rumble. We don't need to go crazy because they never, like, you know, they never flood the Rumble with surprises these days. You only get a few. So we don't need like top 20 or anything like this. But I don't know about Julia. She's too unknown. I mean, I know that there's people on the internet getting excited about her, but I'm fairly confident she's just going to go to NXT. So I don't think she'll come into the Rumble, even if she's free or not. But I think Naomi definitely looks good. And I am leaning towards AJ Lee as well. If they get Mercedes, that'll be massive, absolutely huge. And there'll be plenty of talk about Mercedes. But I can't do any different than what the dirt sheets do. I can't sit here and say, yeah, she's going to be in the Rumble. Because rightfully, you'd be asking, well, what makes you say that? What am I just going to say? I've got a feeling. Like, I've got nothing to base it on. In fact, what I've got are reports saying the exact opposite. What I've read are people saying the exact opposite. So I have to just go with that. So, yeah, for me, I'm looking at the situation and I'm thinking that she's going to be AEW bound, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because I just don't think that she's got as many options over there. I don't think it's as exciting. I mean, if I look at the AEW roster, she could have a match with Deonna Purrazzo. She could do something with Toni Storm. She could face Britt Baker. Maybe Hikaru Shida. Jamie Hayter's out, but when she comes back, that would be good. But, I mean, does anyone really care about Mercedes against Rio? Or Mercedes against Julia Hart, or Mercedes against Sky Blue, or Mercedes against Penelope Ford, or I reckon there's a long list of people that I just don't know that people would really care if she faced them, to be honest. I think, though, there's probably a handful of people that you'd like to see her against. But I think there's way more options for her in WWE. She's been away for like a year and a half, and I know she'd faced a lot of people. But Rhea Ripley has really come into her own now, Julia is on the way. So, I mean, that is going to be absolutely amazing. We've got some great talent that's coming through from NXT as well. So, and of course, there's plenty of feuds that she could revisit. And, of course, we could look to do the 4 Horsewomen before Charlotte retires. Or Becky retires or someone. So, like the 4 Horsewomen as a faction, or, imagine Becky, Bayley, Charlotte, Sasha in a War Games match, taking on, like, Damage Control. I mean, Damage Control against the 4 Horsewomen would just be maybe the biggest, best women's feud ever. I mean, just think of the star power involved in that. Just think of the names involved in that. It would be absolutely incredible. So there's plenty for her to do to come back to WWE. I'd rather see her come back to WWE. But listen, money talks, and Tony might have got it singing for her. Christopher said, Days, could you see Damian trying to cash in tonight, but Drew costing him because of what happened with the title match? Yeah, I can't see why that wouldn't happen. I can't sit here and say that it's going to happen, but it could happen. It is true that Damian cost Drew, so Drew could always be there. Doesn't have to be tonight, but Drew could always be there to make sure that Damian's cash-in doesn't succeed. So, yeah. I mean, I can't sit here and say it's going to be tonight. I mean, tonight is definitely an option because we've got a title match. But, the WrestleMania is going to be an option. And is Seth going to defend the Elimination Chamber? Because I would imagine he will. And I'd imagine that'll be another opportunity. And who knows if Seth won't defend the title on Raw again before WrestleMania. That would be another opportunity. So there's plenty of opportunities for Damian to look to cash in. So I would say, yeah, could happen. I can't give you any reasons why it wouldn't. I think it'd be a bit disappointing if it did, only because that would be a failed cash in and we would be done with it. I think there's value, as I said, in him carrying that briefcase and maybe even still having it around WrestleMania time. I think, there's going to be a lot of talk about the title fights as we build to WrestleMania 40. It can only be a good thing if Damian is in some way part of those conversations. You've got CM Punk, Seth talking about how they're going to rip each other apart. And now, here's Damian Priest just reminding them that he's still got the Money in the Bank briefcase. Like, it's surely got to be a good thing for him to be a part of those conversations. We could do Seth versus CM Punk and Damian Priest might leave with the belt. So I think it would be a little disappointing if it went that way because it would mean that he doesn't have the briefcase. It would mean that it was failed. It would end on a bit of a nothing Raw tonight. I mean, to be honest, it's a good Raw. I'm not saying that it's not a good-looking card, but it's just a normal weekly Raw tonight. It's not like a special edition or anything like this. You know, we're building towards the Rumble. There's plenty of stuff going on for us to get our teeth into. I don't think we need a failed cash-in, so it's not what I would book, let's put it that way. But it could happen. I can't sit here and say it won't. It could happen. James said, did you see that it was Priest's idea to have R-Truth do the segments? A massive dub. Oh, no, I didn't. Where was that reported? That's interesting. I agree. I think it is a big dub. I think this has been absolutely brilliant. And they've started selling R-Truth shirts now that have got him with the added tape on the shirt, which is brilliant because, like, that is such a fun idea for him to get a Judgment Day shirt and like get a bit of tape and put his name at the bottom. Well, they've actually now started selling them. Obviously the tape part that says R-Truth, that's printed, but such a fun idea, so clever. People love R-Truth and I could see them definitely buying that shirt. So yeah, it's worked. I mean, that's that vignette from a few weeks ago. I think at the end of the year that will definitely be in the conversation of funniest segment. Comedy is very difficult to do in wrestling and do well because you are trying to appeal to old and young, you know? You want young kids to get it and not feel left out, but you don't want it to feel too childish whereby the adults just sort of go, So for you to find that sweet spot, really difficult. I mean, we saw Tiffany Stratton having to help Fallon Henley at the stables, and I actually thought that that was not that great, to be honest. It's everything you would expect. You know, it's her freaking out at having to muck out the stables. It's her falling into troughs of water. It's pretty standard stuff that you would expect. It never got really any clever. It never did anything different, never did anything clever. It was just what you would expect. Fine, I'm sure the kids giggled at it. There might have been the odd adult that enjoyed it as well, but for me, it kind of missed its mark. And R-Truth just never misses his mark. R-Truth just finds that sweet spot every time. It's a natural gift to be able to find that sweet spot of being able to, you know, reach across to kids and make them laugh and reach across to adults and make them laugh and kind of entertain everybody. That's hard, man. So, yeah, massive dub for bringing R-Truth in. I'm excited to see where it goes, to be honest. I hope they win tonight. It's Miz and R-Truth taking on Judgment Day. So they're taking on, actually, the hard Judgment Day. They're taking on Finn and Damian. If they can get the win tonight, then they will put themselves firmly in the window for an opportunity to get a title shot. So big for them tonight. If they can get the win, a title opportunity could be on the way. Ethan said, I've got a question. What do you think the chances are that Randy... Oh, it's gone. It's disappeared. We'll never know. What are the chances that Randy will win at Royal Rumble? Is that the rest of the question? Because we looked at that yesterday, if it was, and there are actual betting odds that had him, I can't remember what it was now, it's about plus 800, something like that. I know that Roman's minus 2,000, minus 3,000, so what that means is that you would have to bet $2,000 or $3,000. You'd have to give that over to the person in the betting shop, $2,000 or $3,000, and if Roman does win, you'd get $100 back. You'd also get your 2,000, 300,000, however much you gave, but you would just win $100, right? That's how big of a favorite Roman is to win at the Royal Rumble. So the next favorite is Randy Orton. He is about plus 800. So that means that if you bet $100 and it's correct, Randy wins, you would get 800 back. So I mean, that's a big difference, you know. You only have to bet 100 to get 800 back, whereas with Roman you have to gamble 2,000-3,000 just to win 100. So Roman, massive favorite to retain at the Royal Rumble. Boxing said, I think CM Punk comes out and disrupts Seth Jinder fight. Make the Royal Rumble a triple threat for the heavyweight title, says Boxing. Bonkers said, The Rock probably wins if Roman don't say anything before the Rumble. Or could it possibly be Cody Rock win Rumble? The Rock probably wins if Roman doesn't say anything before the Rumble. Or could it be Cody and Rock win the Rumble, says Bonkers. Well, I don't know where the odds are for The Rock, but I'm not expecting I don't even know The Rock's in the Rumble. Rock winning the Rumble is interesting because, to be honest, I haven't even thought about that. Firm favourite for the Rumble at the moment is CM Punk. Second favourite is Gunther. And third favourite is Cody Rhodes. So those are, according to the bookies, those are the top three favourites. So, you know, if you're feeling good that The Rock might win the Rumble and you're like, no, he's definitely going to win, you might want to have a look at the odds because you'd get good odds. And if you were correct, you'd make some money there. You'd make some money on The Rock because he's not one of the top three favourites according to the bookies. So, food for thought. John said, a priest, a monk, and a rabbit walk into a bar. The rabbit looks at the other two and says, I think I'm a typo. Nice. Nice. That's good. A priest, a monk, and a rabbit. That's good. I like that, John. That's good. That's actually one of the best jokes we've had in the chat maybe ever. So, John Woodmer, shout out to you. I'm so going to steal that. Maybe Jinder could surprise us tonight, says Amin, and win the title. Well, I would love it if he did because I'm not down on Seth's reign because if you look at the fact that he's had matches against Drew and Drew has been able to really get across why winning the title would matter to him. You know, he said he never won it in front of people. He tried to win it at Clash at the Castle in front of, you know, his countrymen, and he was robbed. Like, he's desperate to win the title in front of fans. And so we got to explore all of that with his feud with Seth, which was good. I thought all that was good. The matches were fine, but I thought the build was better. And I feel the same about Shinsuke as well. That was probably even better. You know, we reinvented Shinsuke, and his matches were good. They were fine. But I think it was the presentation of Shinsuke that was better than the matches. So I don't think Seth's title reign has been bad because it has allowed us to really look at some of these superstars in a slightly different way. It has allowed us to kind of look at these superstars and get them to present themselves and present what they're trying to achieve in a way that maybe we've not heard or seen before. So all of that's good. But Seth's side of it, I don't think has really delivered. I've got praise for how we've presented Drew. I've got praise for how we've presented Shinsuke. But Seth just doesn't... I don't know, there's something... I don't know if it's the fact that we are so reliant on his theme song and it's annoying. I don't know if it's... I don't know if he is just not having banging matches like he used to. I mean, before, his matches used to be like 4.5 stars, 5 stars. I mean, Monday Night Rollins was like, oh my God, what did I just see? Absolutely amazing. I just don't know that we're getting to that same level at the moment. I don't know that we're... The match quality doesn't feel as high as it used to from Seth. And I don't think it's dipped by loads. It's not like he used to deliver 4.5 stars and now it's 1, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying in the past it was 4, 4.5, maybe 5 at some points. Now I think it's 3.5. I think we've gone down a star, or maybe 3/4 of a star. So it ain't loads. It's not a massive disaster. But I want to see him having those 4.5 star matches again. I want to see these banging matches return. And so I don't know. I don't know if it's him being a dad. I don't know if him being a dad has kind of changed his focus and maybe he's lost a bit of hunger. I don't know if it's just the people he's working with, just we haven't had the right chemistry. I really don't know. Age. Like, he's pretty, he spoke about his back, didn't he? That was a big thing in the Shinsuke feud, was his back, and now he's in constant pain. I mean, if that's true, maybe it's that. I mean, it's got to have an effect. Maybe it's that. Maybe the Seth that we've got now is not the Seth that we had. Maybe injuries have took their toll, and maybe the pain he's got in his back has took its toll as well. But it just doesn't, Seth just doesn't feel the same as he used to. And I think we're kind of masking it with the belt, and we're masking it with the entrance theme, and we're masking it with the outlandish clothes. It's sort of like, look at this, look at this, look at this. But actually, if you look at the matches, I don't think they're as good. So I'm not crazy about Seth title reign, to be honest. So I don't know what I would do with Seth. I might be tempted to put him in a tag team, If we have got a bit of a problem at the moment with him not being able to deliver the same kind of matches he was delivering before, I might be tempted to put him with some young up-and-coming superstar, move him over to the tag division, give him a run with the tag belts. We did something like that last year with Kevin and Sammy. They got moved to the tag division. We obviously tried it before with AJ and Omos. That didn't work. Omos wasn't the right person for to kind of do that with, if you will. I think the idea was all right, but it didn't work. But I would think, let's find someone that's up and coming. Let's find someone that could do with having a bit of a friend on the main roster. Bring someone from NXT, bring them up, put them with Seth, and create like a banging, like really good, fast-paced, let's create a real proper tag team. We could put Seth into his version of the Rockers, like we had the Rockers and Shawn Michaels came out of that group. We could have Seth now go into a Rockers type group, like a team that is really fast, really technical, really good. We could create that. And then that would free up the title picture. That would free up the title picture for other people, Seth wouldn't be around. If Roman's going to continue to work his reduced schedule and Seth gets moved to the tag division, man, you've got so many options. There's so much stuff then that you can do with the two belts. You got CM Punk, you got Cody, you got Gunther, you got Sammy, you got Kevin Owens, you got Finn Balor, you got Damian Priest. Like, you've got all these people, and you got two belts. Roman's out the way, Seth's sort of out the way, and Seth's already just had a run with the world title, so it's he's already done it. So yeah, I would be looking at something like that, to be honest, for Seth for this year. I think I'd be looking at, like, should we put him in the tag division? I ain't giving up on Seth. I ain't giving up on Seth at all. Still one of the biggest stars. But I think we need to... I don't see him winning the belt that Roman's got. I think that Cody's getting that. And I think CM Punk will get it before Seth. So if Seth's not going to get Roman's belt, and he's already got this world title, where else is there for him to go? What else is there for him to do? That's why I think moving him to maybe the tag division might not be the worst idea, because it gives him something to do, and he could set that division on fire. Some great talent down there as well. Some really good tag teams coming through, like the Creeds and DIY. We could have some banging tag matches. So yeah, I think I'd be tempted to look at something like that. I'm not crazy about Seth's title reign. I think it's been a good way of presenting the opponents, but not so good for him. I would really love to see Jinder or Punk win the Rumble, said Dro. Yeah, so with that being said, like, does Jinder win tonight? Well, I don't think that was ever the plan. I think this is going to be one of those matches where we basically put Jinder over as a credible threat, and we build him up to be someone that is capable of going toe-to-toe with a champion, but maybe not someone that's capable of being the world champion, right? I feel like Jinder is going to need a lot of building back up to get to that level. You could do it and just shock everyone, but I think this has probably been booked more as a thank you for what he did with The Rock. And so it's just like, we're going to give you a title match. We're going to build you up for a week. We'll give you a title match. You won't win the title, but we'll make you look good, and we'll, like, you know, we'll get the ball rolling on, like, Indashir. So I did say yesterday, could it actually be a case that we see Indashir tonight? Because technically that's what Jinder's doing. He is the manager of Indashir. So is it a case that he loses, Seth goes to shake his hand, and as they're about to shake hands, Jinder knocks him down, calls at the entranceway, down comes Indashir, 3-on-1 attack. We need a tag team to help Seth. Maybe the Creed brothers come out, and then potentially next week we do Seth and the Creeds taking on Jinder and Indashir. Keeps Jinder on TV. It gets Indashir back on TV. Jinder looks more credible, having run Seth to his limit, just having a banging championship match. Gets Creeds in a very high-profile position as well. Like, there's a lot about that I go, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I don't know that that's not what we're doing. I will be absolutely stunned and shocked like the rest of you if Jinder gets the title. But equally, I got to tell you, I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it because I like Jinder. I don't think Jinder gets the respect he deserves. So I wouldn't mind it. Gregor said, thanks for the entertainment over the years. I've been watching since 15,000 subscribers. And then you were skyrocketing around 2017. I stopped watching about a year later, but I am back now thanks to you, says Gregor. Gregor, shout out to you, my friend. I'm really pleased that you have come back to wrestling. Yeah, 2017, 2018, they were really good years for the channel. To be honest, we probably could have just kept doing the kind of content we were doing at that time, and I'm sure we would have continued with our crazy trajectory. We were doing some really good, like, views, subscribers, all that kind of stuff, but I think that this was definitely, if I was to do it again, I'd do the exact same thing, and that is kind of transition more into the watch-along stuff, because we still do toy hunts, and we still do things along those lines, but I think that this is always what I wanted the channel to be, actually. I just couldn't do it before, because when I first started, I was working in retail, so it meant that I couldn't watch the shows live all the time. I'd watch them on catch-up, but I couldn't watch them live. So that meant I couldn't do watch-alongs. And so that meant that I had to find other content to do. And so that's why we got so heavily into the figure side of stuff, which I love, genuinely love, and I've got a big collection of. But, you know, since I moved back to the Midlands, I've been able to do watch-alongs. So certainly don't regret doing it. But it is true. I mean, like, when we were doing the toy hunts and everything and really focused on the figures and everything, that really seemed to strike a chord. I don't think there was too many channels doing that stuff back then. I think there's a lot more doing that now. So, and doing it very well, I'm sure. So, yeah, I certainly don't regret doing what we're doing. The channel has just evolved and changed over time. But, yeah, just welcome back. I'm pleased that you've found your love of wrestling again, my friend. Days, R-Truth himself said it was Priest's idea on Busted Open, said James. Thank you, James. Always good to know where these comments are made. Ethan said, my question about what are the chances Randy will dethrone Roman and become a 15-time champion. In my opinion, he does have the sinister punt kick. Yeah, so all I can tell you is the odds, as we said. So the odds are he is second favourite, but quite a distance behind Roman. Odds are just odds, though, you know? There's plenty of times where underdogs have been victorious, so it doesn't technically mean anything. But what it means is the general consensus, the feeling amongst the bookies and the fans is that Roman is going to retain. If loads of money was coming in on Randy, if people thought Randy was going to win, then Randy's odds would start moving and actually he would become favorite. If more money comes in on Randy, he would slowly become favorite. The fact that he's quite a wide outsider means that Roman is where people are putting their money at the moment, which makes sense. I mean, I think it'd be awful. Or I've said before, I think it'd be absolutely awful for Roman to lose his title in that match. I don't mind Randy winning it, but not in a fatal 4-way. I think it'd be just horrible booking. Horrible. The reason why I say that is because beating Roman is a massive deal. He's had the title for like 3-4 years. So beating him is huge. It's a bit like beating The Undertaker at WrestleMania. Could you imagine if The Undertaker's streak ended in like a fatal 4-way? Could you imagine if Undertaker's streak ended in some sort of really flat count out DQ? Could you imagine if that's how Undertaker's streak had ended? It'd be rubbish. People would hate it. Undertaker, some people think that the streak should have gone on forever. Other people say, you know, okay, it's fine that he lost, but at least it was 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring. It was clean. There was no excuses, no hiding places. The Undertaker streak came to an end. That's it. Done. Right? We can say if it was right or wrong, but it definitely happened. And it was 1, 2, 3. He was beaten. So I think the same is true of Roman. He's had this title for a historic period of time. No one since Hogan in the 80s has had this title for as long. The only people ahead of Roman now is like Hogan, Bruno, Bob Backlund, maybe. I think he might have surpassed Pedro Morales now. But I think it's Bruno, Hogan, Bob Backlund. I think Roman might be in like fourth place on the list for longest world champions, male world champions in WWE history. I mean, it's just, this is something we just have not seen. That Hogan run from 84 to 80... Is it 88? It is 88. 85 is WrestleMania 1, 86 is WrestleMania 2, 87 is WrestleMania 3. It's the start of 88. He loses it. So from 84 to 88, that was before I watched wrestling. I started watching in 92. So for me, this is the longest world title reign I've ever seen myself. I've never seen a world title reign this long. So the idea that it's going to end in a fatal 4-way, which even if Roman gets pinned, he's got the excuse of, I'm having to watch my back. There's 2 other people that can get me. Like, it's not fair. It's not even. It's not man against man. It's not one-on-one, you know? And why would we need to protect Roman? He's just had a 3-4 year title reign. So why do we need Roman protected? You could make the argument you keep him protected for the match against The Rock, you know? But I still think it hurts him not being, like, you know, losing. If you pin Roman, you can't tell me that doesn't hurt him in any way. Yeah, it might protect him a little bit, but it's a real flat way to end his title reign. And you're also hurting him just before he goes on to face The Rock in one of the biggest matches we've ever seen. So it just doesn't, none of it's adding up. Doesn't add up to me. I think Roman should win this and continue moving forward. I mean, honestly, if we get Roman at WrestleMania, fine. I would do Roman Cody at SummerSlam then, and have the story end there. I mean, to be honest, I don't even mind Roman at Elimination Chamber and doing Roman Cody at WrestleMania and have the story end there. It might be controversial, but I think Roman Cody is bigger, not in regards to attention or casual fans or viewership. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about from a story perspective. I think Cody finishing his story is bigger than us trying to squeeze The Rock into a match with Roman. Like, The Rock coming in now and having a match with Roman feels like we're doing it because it's a big match. We can do a fun story, but it is a bit of a one-off attraction. It is a bit of an exception. It is a bit like, let's do this dream match, and that's what it is, yeah? Whereas to me, Cody's is a lot more satisfying because that means something. Like, he's trying to finish his story. He's trying to do something Dusty Rhodes never did. He's trying to do something Goldust never did. To me, Cody is the story I care about more than seeing Rock against Roman. Roman, not down on it. I'm not down on it at all. I'll watch that all day long, right? Love it, can't wait. But if I had to choose one for me personally that I wanted to see at WrestleMania, if I had to choose between the two, you're like, which one do you want to happen at WrestleMania? And there's no doubt in my mind, I want Cody Roman. I want the story being finished. I want that Daniel Bryan moment. I want that moment where he, the kid has reached the mountaintop. I want the moment where he looks up at the heavens and looks at his dad and says a few words to Dusty. I want shots of tears in the crowd. I want Roman's title reign to come to an end, the story to be finished. I want all of that over Rock Roman, because I don't think Rock wins. I think we get a big build, juicy build, big match, massive viewership, right? I don't care about viewership. From a WWE perspective, if you want to look at it from a WWE perspective, I totally get why they would want Rock Roman at WrestleMania. Makes perfect sense. Of course they would. It's the biggest match you can make, right? It's a WrestleMania match. Totally get it. But from my perspective, I want Cody Roman, because to me that's a lot more satisfying. And I think that's the one where the title changes hands. Don't think the title changes hands with Rock Roman. That would mean that WrestleMania would end on a downer again. Because you'll do Rock Roman, Roman will win, everyone will be gutted, and WrestleMania ends. And we did that last year. Do you remember last year when Cody didn't win and everyone was disappointed? And they were like, oh, I can't believe they've ended WrestleMania on a bummer. Can't believe they've ended WrestleMania this way. Can't believe they didn't pick up the fans at all. Do you remember Clash? When Drew didn't win and it was all a bit awkward. Like, they love ending these shows on downers. Well, I'd really like WrestleMania 40 to not end on a downer. I'd really like WrestleMania 40 to end on a positive note. And I think the positive note is Cody doing it. Cody being the one to beat Roman and finish his story. I want that. So, for me personally, I wouldn't have a problem with Rock Roman at Elimination Chamber and then doing Roman Cody at WrestleMania. But I understand the argument. You can't do that because the match is too big. I do understand that argument. So, if that's the world that we're going to live in, then let's do Roman Rock at WrestleMania and do Roman Cody at SummerSlam. For me, having Brandy win the title at Royal Rumble, it's not floating my boat personally. For all the plethora of reasons that we've just discussed. Right, let's go down the super chats. So Jean-Pierre Nelson said, I heard that this is going to be extra pyro tonight. Well, I mean, that was mentioned yesterday, and my reaction is the same. I mean, there could be any reason for that. I mean, extra pyro, it's noteworthy, it's interesting. We're going to use more pyro than usual, but that could be for so many reasons. Not necessarily that we've got a new champion, because that could feature, Cody could make an announcement and pyro could go off, or we could have like Triple H come out to make an announcement and that could set like extra pyro off, or so it would definitely suggest that we could be looking at a new champion, but it does not necessarily mean that. So an interesting point. I'm not down on the point. It's an interesting point, but again, just take it with a pinch of salt. Mitchell said, I'll still say that Jinder is boring. He was boring when he was champion. I can't suddenly become a fan because he's been talked about on socials. Well, that's good. I like the fact you stand by your ground. That's good. You shouldn't flip-flop around, I don't think, just because of him getting hot online. But I like Jinder, and I was pleased he was getting this opportunity before the social thing. Jinder to me is not boring. Jinder to me has always been a good promo. He's always been a good promo. I told the story of him being on Raw Talk. Talking Smack. And he cut this brilliant promo. And I said I was going to have a look, and I never did. I'm sure I went in a video back in like 2016 and said, like, man, we need to do something with this guy. That promo that he just cut was amazing. Amazing. He is a very good promo. And I think he showed that in his segment with The Rock. I think what he said with Seth was good as well. Like, he can carry his own. Promo-wise, you can put him in a segment with Seth, put him in a segment with Punk, put him in a segment with The Rock. He can carry his end of the bargain. Where Jinder becomes polarizing is his matches, because we don't tend to see him that often, and he's never presented as a big star or anyone that we need to be like really taking attention of. And so his matches are just sort of there. If ever we see him wrestle, it's just, you know, so-so. He's never presented as anything. So I'm excited to see what happens tonight. Let's see what his match looks like tonight. A Jinder promo, I've got no worries about. I can find 5 promos Jinder's done that have been really good, right? So I've got no doubts about him being a good promo. I would struggle to find you lots of matches that he was good in, but let's see how he gets on tonight. I think tonight is about making him look good in the ring. So if tonight's match bombs, I think that this hasn't worked. So, but I would be confident that by the end of tonight, people will be like, respect. Jinder just showed more there than I was expecting. That was better than I expected from Jinder. I am expecting that by the end of the show tonight. So I like him. I think that he is someone that is better than he gets credit for, and is someone that I wish was more respected and presented in a better light. And we'll have to see how Triple H uses him going forward after this. We'll have to see. Defcon said Cody wins the title, Rock wins head of the table position. Maybe. I mean, I don't expect The Rock to win, but if he did win, then that match happening. There was someone that made the comment before. They said no one's talking about the fact we could do Cody Roman at WrestleMania, and then we could do Roman Rock at SummerSlam. Why is no one talking about that? And my answer was, well, the reason why no one's talking about that is because it feels like you've teased The Rock being involved now. And so to wait all the way to July, August, that's quite a long time to wait. Certainly getting past WrestleMania, that's a long time to wait. So I don't know that they're doing that. I think if you was gonna tease that we were doing Rock Roman and your plan is to do it at SummerSlam, wouldn't you tease it around May, and then like a few months later you can do the match? It's weird to tease a SummerSlam match in the very start of January. So that's why it doesn't feel like it's going that way. But it is true, you know, you could take that as a potential option. You know, you could look at that and say, well, we could go that way. We could still do Cody Roman at WrestleMania and then do Rock against Roman at SummerSlam. I don't think people would be down on Rock Roman SummerSlam. That's still a massive show. Still a massive show. But yeah, I'm struggling to see The Rock win. But if the title wasn't involved, then maybe he's got a better chance. I don't see him winning and being champion, though. I don't see him getting that belt off Roman. So if the title wasn't involved, maybe he would have a bit more of a chance. And and he could then call himself head of the table. Roman goes away. When we see him next, he's got to rebuild. He's lost not only the belt, he's lost his identity. We'll have to see. Let's blast down. Notorious said, I'd rather Rock call out Roman like he did with Cena in 2011 and set up a match for next year's Mania, said Notorious Movies. Calvin said, do you think Austin Theory will be good by the Rumble or WrestleMania? I really hope so. Do I think Theory will be good to go by the Royal Rumble? I don't know. What's he out with at the moment? We've seen him, haven't we? I mean, he was only just... Didn't he have a match the other day? Austin Theory's all right, isn't he? He only wrestled on... Was it Friday? So he wrestled on Friday. The match ended with... Is it that you're talking about? The match thing where he banged his heads? There was a message that came out from WWE on that. I put it in the unseen video. And a big thank you to everyone that watches those unseen videos. If I get any information... like from social media, I tried to put them in. I actually edited those unseen videos, and as I was editing them, more information came in, so I just had to drop screenshots, which wasn't the best, to be honest, but at least I still managed to get the information in there. So but WWE did, after Friday, send a message out on social media. I took a screenshot and I put it at the end of the unseen video. They basically said, update, following their match tonight, Theory and Carmelo were evaluated. They both suffered face contusions. So that just means like cuts on the face. And both will be okay. So that was on the 13th. That was 2-3 days ago now. So yeah, should be fine. Should be absolutely fine. So yes, to the point where I'd even forgotten it had happened. Undercover Manager said, I think WWE needs to run with Jinder, do a proper premium live event in India. You could fill a stadium and get over 100,000. I reckon if they did, prices not sky high due to population being high. Do you know you're not wrong? I don't think you're wrong. I think that India is crying out for a premium live event, and I don't know why we haven't done it. I mean, you hear of 40-odd million tuning into WrestleMania. I'm sure you've seen, like, the coverage. I mean, I don't speak Indian, but occasionally I get, like, Indian WWE videos, like, in Indian language being recommended to me on, like, various platforms. I mean, it's clear there is a vibrant wrestling community in India. Do you remember that dude in India as well that was dressed up as Roman? And Roman ended up watching the video. It was in, I'm sure that was in an Indian town, village. And like this dude was like dressed as Roman doing the walk. He had like a wise man and the Usos. I mean, there's clearly a passionate fan base over there. I don't get it. This is why, you know, the fact we're going to Australia, the fact that we're going to Paris, the fact we're going to Berlin, the fact I think we should go to India, we should go to Mexico, we should go to Africa, we should go to Asia, we should go to Scandinavia, like we should go to all these places. I don't care about the start times. There's been people complaining like, oh, the start times are not very good for this and that. And you get it, you know, people want it to be at 7 o'clock in the afternoon and everything. But I think we've got to accept this new reality, which is easy for me to do because I can stream whenever. So it doesn't affect me. But I think as long as it's on a weekend, as long as it's not going to be on a Monday at, like, you know, 11 o'clock in the morning and everyone's at work and school and they're going to miss it. As long as it's on a Sunday at some point, be it 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon, as long as it's at a time where people are not at school, not at college, probably not at work. If you're working on a Sunday, I feel sorry for you. I had to do it many times. Yeah, I kind of feel like we've got to get used to this new normal where we're going to go around the world. And do you know what? We should, because there is a vibrant WWE passionate fan base outside of the USA, outside of North America. And, you know, we've been blessed here in England to get a couple of premium live events recently. But God, we had to wait a long time. We had to wait ages. We had a stadium show in 92. And then the next stadium show was 2022. You know, like the gap between them, 30 years. That's a hell of a long time to wait for like a big pay-per-view. And then, of course, we were spoiled last year. We got Money in the Bank. Brilliant, you know, broke records, all this sort of stuff. They haven't seemingly come back this year with anything, but that's fine. We've just had to. As long as we don't have to wait another 30 years now, right? Thank you. Lovely. 5 years time, we'll have another one, whatever. You go and service the WWE universe. You go to India, you go to Africa, you go to Mexico. Of course, be in America. Of course, go to Canada, right? Of course. That's where the bulk of the shows are going to be. But I really don't think we should be down on them going around the world and becoming the global brand they probably should have been for quite a long time now, easily the past 10 years, outside of the pandemic. They should have been touring around the world a lot more. You know, we talk about them being the number one wrestling promotion in the world. Like, they are absolutely, undeniably number one. Yet they don't operate in that many international markets. Like, actually go and visit, you know. The shows are shown. But, you know, get over there. Put on big shows. An Indian pay-per-view would be sick. I'd love it, man. I want to get all these different flavors. I know people are really down on stereotypes, cultural appropriation, all this kind of stuff. As an English person, I love it when they come to England and have a black taxi on the entranceway. They show shots of Big Ben. We have people, like, you know, talking about the Queen and, you know, the big Union Jacks and all this kind of stuff. Like, you know, I think didn't Santino and Kozlov come out in like bowler hats pretending to be English gentlemen and all this kind of stuff? I mean, I love all that. I think it's brilliant. If I watch a show in England, I want it to feel a little different than a show in America. If I watch a show in Canada, I want it to feel different than a show in America. Just like if I watch a show in India, it better feel like it's got a strong Indian flavor to it. I don't want to just feel like I'm watching something from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. I want to feel like I'm watching something that's happening in India, you know? I would say, like, even the Saudi shows can feel a bit sterile, to be honest. You know, you kind of sometimes get a little flavor of, like, the fact we're in a different country, but not loads, to be honest. I would like even more. I would like some of the theming to be a little bit more like Saudi Arabian, and I think we can explore more. So yeah, I'd love to go around the world, and I'd love for it to feel different, you know, different stage setups, and just, you know, just feel different. Different backstage areas, different backdrops, different entrance types, you know, just different things that we could do. Who was it that came out on a camel? Was that Logan at like one of the press conferences? I think he might have come out on a camel during his entrance as well. Awesome. Didn't the New Day come out on like a flying carpet that one time in Saudi Arabia? Like they were on like this carpet thing that kind of got driven to the ring. Amazing. I mean, I don't know if people take offense to that. I would hope not. It's just, it's not disrespectful. It's just all positive. I feel the exact same with the black cab being on the stage, you know? It's just a symbol of the UK that's known around the world, just like the camel is for Saudi Arabia or whatever, just like the kangaroo is for Australia, you know? I don't see these things as being disrespectful. So I would love to get a bit more flavor from the shows. So yeah, I'm totally with you. An Indian pay-per-view right behind it. Matt Jason said, I'm so excited to watch Jinder because you never know. Well, that's true. You don't ever know, and that is what makes wrestling so special, you know? We spoke loads about CM Punk, and there he was. You know, we got told of a former champion that was going to be at that day one Raw. And going into it, I was thinking Batista or, you know, someone like this. And as soon as Jinder came out, I mean, there'd been rumors earlier that Nick Khan had been spotted with The Rock anyway. But the second Jinder came out, you just knew, okay, it's definitely The Rock. Because you knew that WWE were not going to let its audience down like that. They're not going to just bring out Jinder and, aha, the joke's on you. That was never going to happen. So as soon as Jinder came out, you go, it's definitely The Rock now. It's definitely The Rock. So, but yeah, you're right, you know, and even that, I mean, like, you know, there will have been some kids, people watching that would have gone, really, that this is who it is. Oh my God. I'm sure there was people putting that message on social media. So, you know, you never say never, you never know. You know, AJ Lee in the Rumble. Yeah, you never know. You never, ever know. Jinder winning the title tonight. It might not have been the plan, but under TKO and Endeavor and Triple H, have we got a better ability to pivot and kind of go with things now? You know, back in the past, it took so long to go with stuff. Now, you know, could we, you know, what reaction's Jinder going to get as well? Is he going to get like this overwhelming support because of the Tony Khan thing? That's going to be really interesting. If he comes out and gets booed out the building, that would suggest to me that the crowds are a crowd that haven't really engaged in the Tony Khan Twitter spat stuff, right? That would say to me that it's families, it's parents that go to work and then take their kids to the show, right? It's people that don't engage with the online wrestling community. So if he comes out and he doesn't get like this hero's welcome, that would suggest to me that it's probably a lot of casual fans in attendance. If he comes out and gets a hero's welcome, that would suggest to me there's a lot of smart fans, people that are online a lot, listening to Cornette, listening to Eric Bischoff, listening to Meltzer, reading what Sean Ross Sapp's got to say, maybe joining these kinds of watch-alongs for the shows. I think those people are people that are probably more inclined now to get behind Jinder because of the Tony Khan comments. And, you know, he's had a big week. He's had a really big week. So the reaction to what Jinder's going to get, I think, is going to be really interesting. Can't wait to see. It's going to be interesting to see if they change direction. To me, he's a big underdog tonight. He's a big, big underdog. I'd be having Seth minus 1,000, something like that. You'd have to bet like $1,000 to win 100. Like, I'd have Jinder at about plus 800, plus 700, something along those lines. I think he's a sizable underdog. I don't think this is close. I don't think this is like Seth minus 100, Jinder plus 100, or evens or anything like that. I don't think it's close. I think Seth is heavy favorite to win tonight. I think this is a thank you, Jinder, for embarrassing yourself the other week, which I think is amazing. WWE would never have done that before. Then they wouldn't have cared. But I think this is thank you, Jinder. You really did us a solid. You really did us something that we really appreciate. Which is you went out there and, you know, you kind of embarrassed yourself because we said that a former champ was coming out and you came out and we knew that people were going to moan and groan and we knew that people were going to be disappointed and you put yourself in that situation and we really appreciate it. So I think this is a bit of a thank you for that. But, yeah, could he do it? Well, we've asked the question, and I can tell you it's not quite as close as it was. It's not quite as close as it was. So we have got 64% of you saying, no, it ain't happening. Forget about it, bro. Right? It is not happening. So we've got 64% of people saying that. We've got 36% of people saying, yes. It is happening. It is going to happen. Well, I don't know why I've got all these like marks on the screen. There we go. Very strange. I just looked on the screen. There was all these like blocks by the chat. I was like, why is that there? Shouldn't be there. But okay, fixed it. Watson said, I think Damian wins tonight. Finn wins the Rumble. We could get a jealous story of Finn was champ 24 hours. Seth and Punk don't need the title. Judgment Day have been the main presence on Raw, says Watson. Dark Knight said, would Cornette against Russo be the biggest match at WrestleMania 40 if it was booked? No, not bigger than Rock Roman. Maybe bigger for the online wrestling community. Ethan said, Days Jinder, Hall of Fame, never say never. Oh, no, I think he should go in. I said that the bar for the Hall of Fame for a long time has been quite low. I've said this a few times. I still stand by it. If you're going to put in Queen Shamel, right, and people like Coco Beware, the bar is quite low. We're talking about people that have, been nowhere near world titles, nowhere near, and most of the time, Queen Shamel's case, nowhere near having matches. So I think the bar is quite low for getting into the Hall of Fame. I think for a lot of people, they view it as being like the ultimate achievement. You've got to do like all this stuff to get in. I just don't think that's true. I think the bar is relatively low. Jinder, to me, being a former world champion and carrying that belt, I mean, it wasn't even a case that he's a former world champ and had it for a day. It's a case that he had it, and he had it for a while as well, and had matches, defended it in matches. And what he means to the Indian people, it's very difficult for like us and our perspectives to look at Jinder and just see someone that got the belt, didn't deserve it, and he's just a jobber and that's it, right? That's how a lot of people look at Jinder. I don't quite look at Jinder that way. I see someone that has only ever done what's been asked of him and done it well. Done it to the best of his abilities. And even though he might not be the best wrestler in the world, I still think he's a good promo. I still stand by that. I think his promos are goods. I think that he has always done what's been asked of him. He came through NXT, went to the main roster, managed to get himself into that world title picture, had a few matches with the belt. That was back in 2017. We're sat here in 2024. He's still with the company. So when he had the title, that was 7 years ago. And we're sat here in 2024. He's still around. Like, they could have got rid of him and axed him. I mean, they've got rid of people loads of times. He could have been gone, and he's still around. And I just look at him and I think that, well, he's someone that we don't see on a regular basis. But I think because of what he's achieved and how long he's been around for, and the fact that he's been champion, look at the benchmark of Queen Shamel, and I just can't make an argument for him not going in. I might even be tempted to say if you win the WWE Championship, it's an automatic entry into the Hall of Fame. If you get your hands on that WWE Championship, you're in the Hall of Fame because you have managed to get to the very top of the very top company. Like, this is the #1 wrestling company in the world, and you are the face of it. You are the guy that got to the top of it. So, yeah. And he's not done. He's not finished. He's still adding to his legacy. He's still adding to his career as well. So I really wouldn't bat an eyelid if he was announced to go into the Hall of Fame. There wouldn't be a debate or anything for me. I wouldn't have a problem with it. He can go in, and that's absolutely fine. He's also a former United States champion as well. And he won Pro Wrestling Illustrated's Most Hated Wrestler of 2017 and Most Improved Wrestler for 2017. So I wouldn't be down on it. Regardless of the main event result, do you think the positive energy and momentum Jinder has got for the first time in his career could be used as a babyface run? Oh, I wouldn't use him as babyface. I wouldn't use him as a babyface, no. I think there's positivity towards him, which is good. That means that the fans are maybe a bit more open-minded to seeing him. I think the fans are a bit more open-minded to like seeing him have matches and be in storylines, and actually I think going forward they could be engaged with him. Before, if Jinder was on the show, it'd be like, oh, this guy, you know? People were really not high on Jinder. People really didn't rate him, like him, or anything. And there's lots of people out there that still don't. But what he's got tonight is a golden opportunity. He's got a big, big golden opportunity tonight. And that is to turn some of them doubters around and actually win some people over and actually go out there and put on a match with some intensity and really show that he has still got, like, you know, stuff that he can offer. He's 37. He could have a good 5-year run now. He could have 5 years of, like, being around the title picture, being involved in feuds. And I just don't know. For me, I don't look at him as someone that doesn't belong in WWE. I look at him as someone that is fine. He's definitely an option. He's definitely someone that we can do some stuff with. I don't view him as being like rubbish or excess or anything. I like him. I don't mind him. I do want to see some banging matches though. But no, to me, he's a monster heel. He's that foreign heel. He's going to tell you how much America sucks. You know? He's going to tell you how much America sucks. And he's going to get you booing him. And he is going to hopefully get some wins under his belt, you know? I think that's the perfect way to use Jinder. I wouldn't turn him face just because of Tony Khan's comments, you know? Because there's going to be a lot of casuals that won't even have engaged in that. There's so many people, and it's hard. I know it's hard, but trust me, there are so many people who watch wrestling with their young kids, and for them it's just a show. It's, you know, they watch The Crown as well, or they watch Ozark, or they watch Succession, and Raw is just a weekly show that they'll tune into. They do not engage on Twitter in conversations about wrestling. They do not go onto YouTube and watch videos about wrestling. There are fans out there that just watch these shows as they do all the other shows that they watch. Just like if you watch Succession, you might not jump onto YouTube and watch video breakdowns about the episodes. You might not go onto forums and read the latest theories, right, about that show. There are people that watch wrestling that way, in the sense of they just watch it and that is it. To them, they are just judging what they see on screen. And what they see on screen is a monster heel who hates America and runs the country down. So, no, I wouldn't be booking just to, you know, please the IWC, just to please the internet wrestling community. I don't mind it. I don't mind him beating Seth. I would not be down on that at all tonight. I would not be gutted. I would not be angry. I'd be interested to see where we were going with it. But I wouldn't change him to a face just to please some fans that are happy that he upset Tony Khan. Abdul said, what's your thoughts on the new Raw set? I haven't seen a new Raw set. Is there a new Raw set that's being shown tonight? Let's have a look. According to images, Hogan helped rescue a woman whose car flipped over on a highway in Tampa. Wow. Wow. That was about... I didn't see that. That was 5 hours ago. According to images obtained by TMZ, Hogan helped rescue a woman whose car flipped over on a highway in Tampa. The woman appeared to be okay. Hogan wearing an NWO shirt as well. Man, I hope that, you know, it's probably not, but I hope that wasn't staged. Could you imagine him plotting, like, how can I get back in people's good books? I know, I'll rescue a woman and I'll just happen to wear an NWO shirt at the same time. It'll remind him of when I was cool. Nah, fair play to him. Fair play to him. I've got the thing here, look. So, and there's the car. I mean, wow. According to, but he is wearing an NWO shirt. According to images obtained, Hogan helped rescue a woman. Amazing. I was looking for this new Raw set. I haven't seen any new Raw set. Let's have a look. Cody is going to open up Raw. There he is. There he is. The next champ. There's nothing on here about a new Raw set. I've just put in WWE Raw set, and that's all that's come up on Twitter. Cody is set to open Raw. Is there going to be a massive upset? Jinder for the world title. Yeah, there's nothing about a new Raw set. Hogan played the Real American on his phone as he approached the car. Bum, 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 ba, da, da, da. You'll be all right. I've took my vitamins. You'll be all right, woman. Bum, 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 ba, da, da, da. Don't mind me. It's just Hulk Hogan, the real Hulk Hogan, saving this woman right now. Don't mind me. Go about your business. Bum, 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 bum. He's got it on a stereo. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside. It's just me, Hulk Hogan. Don't worry. Fair play. Yeah. Fair play. I'd like to think that if I went past an accident like that, I would also get out and help, but you just don't know in those moments. Do you? You don't know. Would you just like phone the ambulance and like shout, they're on their way, you know? Or would you get out, flip the car over, rescue the lady? I don't know who I would be. I think who I am is I'm the person that goes on the internet and then makes jokes about the situation. I mean, thankfully she's okay, so we can, right? But I don't know. Will that win a few people round to Hogan? That's a pretty cool thing that he's done. That's a pretty cool thing that he's done. Don't know. Answers on a postcard. Stella Spectacle said, Days, I recently found out that Brock was supposedly going to beat Roman at day one. How would you have reacted to it if Roman over the last 2 years had shown up 2017, 2012, again, lost to Brock? Brock was going to beat Roman at day one back in 2020. Wouldn't have cared. Wasn't that before? Was it before? When was day one? In my head it says 2020. If it was before what we just had with the bloodline, not bothered. If it was going to have changed the history of the bloodline, then bothered. 2022. Oh, in my mind that was 2020. So so it's going to be Brock Roman. That got cancelled. Brock got added to this instead. So that's 2022. Roman wins at the end of 2020. So yeah, I mean that would have cut short the thing. But I mean it would have sucked, wouldn't it? If that is true and Brock was meant to win that or was going to win that, that would have sucked. Really sucked. Why wasn't he at that show now? Why did he end up missing it? I'll read it. Storylines. Roman defeated Brock to retain the Universal Championship at Crown Jewel. Won Battle Royal. Let's convince face Roman. Before the match, Lesnar attacked Zayn, allowed Reigns to quickly beat Zayn, retaining the title, blah, 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 blah. Reigns, it was cancelled due to Reigns testing positive for COVID. Okay. Well, thankfully that didn't have any big repercussions because we know that he's got, he's had some real health challenges, Roman. So, thankfully, that did not derail things. Yeah, it would have sucked. Simple as that. It would have sucked. I mean, we wouldn't have had all this bloodline stuff. So, all we can say is we're glad that it didn't happen. In my mind, I don't know why, day one was 2020, and I was like, oh, if it's before he won the title, it was going to be before Bloodline, then not bothered, whatever. Anything that happened before the pandemic now is irrelevant. Basically, it didn't happen, yeah? I feel like you've had the world before the pandemic and the world after the pandemic. So anything pre-pandemic, who cares? It's all irrelevant. Anything after the pandemic, I do care. And so, yeah, early 2022, yeah, would have sucked. We would have missed out on all the Sammy stuff, and that would have been horrible. But imagine being in a car crash and out the corner of your eye, you see Hulk Hogan coming towards you, said Watson. That'd be the dream, man. If I was in a car crash and, like, you know, that's obviously horrific and the car was upside down and everything, like, you know, if I'm in that sort of a situation, I'm going to need something to cheer me up. Now, I know that people are down on Hogan because of the racism, and I totally understand. But he has apologized for that and said that's not him as a person. He said, you know, he's had a lot of black friends over the years, and that's just not reflective of who he is. And I would like to believe that. I would like to believe that he's not a racist. I would like to believe that it was just a stupid comment that was made, and that one that he's now apologized for. And some people have accepted it, and others haven't, right? Well, I don't feel as comfortable around him as I would have done in the past, right? I've said before, if I was at a show, Hogan came out, I think it'd be a gentle applause. It wouldn't be out of my seat, oh my God, here's Hogan. I mean, if you remember how people reacted at WrestleMania 18 when the place was going bananas, and basically he was meant to work that match, wasn't he, as a heel, and the crowd basically turned him face because Hulkamania was alive and well. It is heartbreaking to think all these years later, there's no way we would get that happening now. There's no way that would happen. And it's such a shame. So I'm someone that is willing to accept the apology and believe and hope, I suppose more hope, that it was an isolated incident and that isn't who he is. But it has affected my enjoyment of him, if you will. Of course, I think it's affected everyone's enjoyment of him. But it would still be pretty sick to be in a car crash, look over, and here comes Hulk Hogan. That would still be pretty cool, you know? I can't really spin that any other way. If I'm upside down in a car and I've just been in a horrific car crash, seeing anyone come to my aid is going to be amazing. But if it's one of the most, like, highly decorated, most recognized professional wrestlers in the history of wrestling, that's going to be an added bonus, in it, you know? If I could have chosen, you know, would I have wanted Shawn Michaels or Undertaker instead? Yeah, probably. Sure. But, you know, in that moment, beggars can't be choosers, can they? Beggars can't be choosers. So, Hogan coming over, amazing. And so, you know, I'm really pleased that that's worked out well and that we can have a bit of fun with that story. But, amazing that story's not done the rounds, actually. I mean, I'm looking at my trending page. He's not even trending. He's not even trending for saving some woman and, like, you know, in an upturned car and everything. So I don't know. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? You'd think if Roman Reigns had done that exact same thing, like, it would be everywhere. But I'm just looking at the United States trends right now. Number one is Steelers. Well, I'll show you. These are the trends right now in the United States. Steelers, Josh Allen, Tomlin, Pittsburgh Buff, Shakir, Miles Jack, Minkin, Mason Rudolph, Pinkins, Tony Romo, Emmys, Elam, Diggs, Iowa Caucus. Messi is trending at number 15. Pickett, Najee, Bells, Pawsey. I don't know why that's trending. Bill, Go Birds, G.G. Jackson, McGovern, Kincaid, Patrick Peterson, Dr. King, Bernard, Kyle Busch Bumper, Dan Moore, Ashley Watkins. Canadians are trending at number 30. There's no mention of Hogan. It's a bit harsh. Even in my For You page, there's no mention of it. So yeah, I don't know what that's about. But that story breaking actually 5 hours ago as well. 5 hours ago. Right. Here we go. So there is a picture of a new Raw staging. What do you think of that? Oh, I'll put it on the community tab. That dropped 17 minutes ago from Roman Reigns SZN. I think it'll look quite good when people come out. I'm not in love with it, if I'm being honest. Like, it just sort of looks like you walk out the middle and then like make your way down. It doesn't look like the biggest change in the world. There used to be like a little like doorway at the bottom, didn't there? I don't know. Part of me thinks it might be worse. Because before, it used to be one big screen and you had a little cutout at the bottom. So that meant this one big screen was flat. Whereas this looks like you've got like the middle part actually sunken back a little bit. Which doesn't look as good. I don't think it looks as good. Don't know. We'll have to see it. We will have to see. USWA wrestling event was good, said 904 Pinball Zine. Looks like an NXT stage. I don't know. Don't like it. That's my initial reaction. I mean, on TV, it might look amazing. I'll put it on the community tab if you want to have a look at it. Right. It's still a giant screen. It's ballroom. It's similar to what we had. I'm not a fan, but I'll see what it looks like, said Ellis Tubb. CWM McDonald said, will Roman Rock happen down the line? Yes. Yeah, we're sure to get that. Ethan said it might be a house show. Well, apparently that picture is Raw, and it does say Raw on the edge of the ring. So I think that is from this week's Raw. There'd been no rumors. I hadn't seen any rumors. I mean, it was mentioned earlier, wasn't it, in the chat? But there was no image doing the rounds at that point. But it was not... it's not been rumored. It's not a new stage hadn't been rumored. We got 20 minutes. What's this? Today I went to Los Angeles to do a Netflix taping about Vince. I guess what I can say, because I'm not supposed to say much about it, is the Netflix series is going to be out sooner than you think. It's a big freaking deal. They've interviewed all kinds of people. I was told the most... This was Meltzer? I haven't seen this. I went to... it's a big deal. They've interviewed all kinds of people. I was told the most interesting person they've interviewed is Vince. Okay. It's covering the whole life of Vince. I've been asked about every single subject you could think of regarding Vince. From childhood to last week, practically covered everything. The series, when it started and how it's ended, are completely different. When it started, it was just Vince McMahon, the owner of the company. And now he's not the owner of the company. And there's all the reasons that he's not the owner of the company. The payoffs and all of that has happened. They were years into the documentary before all of this happened. That is true, actually. That documentary got cancelled. So it's very interesting to hear that it's back again. It's very interesting to hear that they've brought it back and now they're proceeding with it again. That's good. Who doesn't want to see that? A documentary all about Vince's life. He's had a very interesting life as well. But Vince show would be a banger, said 904. Speaking Ball said, during Hogan's prime, Andre was the only one who could say to Hogan, that doesn't work for me, brother. I wasn't even born, and I can already tell Andre was such a presence. He is the GOAT for me, to be honest, said Speaking Ball. Yeah, well, there's all these different parameters that people have for judging the GOAT, you know? And I think if you want to judge it on impact, if you want to judge it on impact, if you want to judge it on ticket sales, I mean, the amount of people that bought tickets in different territories and around the world to go and see Andre the Giant over his career is incredible, right? Impact on the business. I mean, he was the kind of person that would get people to go to wrestling that wouldn't normally go to wrestling. If Andre the Giant was in town, it was then a viable option to go to the wrestling. It was like, should we go and see Andre? So the amount of tickets he sold, the amount of impact he had, the amount of eyeballs that he brought to wrestling, respect in the business off the chart. I mean, all you hear is people just talking about how much respect they had. I mean, even when Undertaker talks, he talks about, you know, Andre and calling him the boss and all this kind of stuff. I mean, he was him. He was the wrestler that the wrestlers in every way looked up to. Because of his size, because of how he carried himself, because of his presence in the locker rooms, he was the locker room leader, he was the boss. If he didn't want to do anything, he didn't do it. If he felt someone needed to be taught a lesson, like famously that Warrior story, where Andre, I think, was tied in the ropes. And like Warrior would come off the ropes and would clatter into Andre hard, and Andre would be like, don't do that again. Next night Warrior did it again, right? Don't think Warrior meant to do it, he was just an idiot, right? So I don't think he meant to do it, but again he clattered into Andre. And so the next night, as soon as he went to do it again, Andre just simply put his foot up. Warrior went straight into Andre's foot, completely down and out. And like, you know, Andre would just do whatever it was. If he didn't want you to slam him, you wouldn't slam him, you know. He allowed people to slam him. And famously, that story about WrestleMania 3 where they didn't know, I think Vince knew, but Hogan did not know. Going into WrestleMania 3, Hogan's told this story. It's Hogan, so you have to take it with a pinch of salt, right? He said that going into the match, he didn't know if Andre was going to actually put him over. As he went to the ring at WrestleMania 3, he knew what the plan was, right? He knew what had been discussed. He knew what was meant to happen. But Andre had ribbed him and sort of said, you know, we'll see what happens when we're out there. And if Andre didn't want Hogan to win that match, or he didn't want Hogan to pick him up, it was not going to happen. So Hogan's absolutely bricking it as he's like going down for the main event of WrestleMania, thinking, I know what the plan is and I know what we're meant to do, but I have got no idea if this giant is going to do it. And I don't know if I'm going to win, if I'm going to lose. I don't know if this goes off track, if I'm meant to be shooting. I just don't know what I'm meant to do here. Like, he was in such a horrible situation. And Andre played ball, of course he did. He was never going to, you know, mess around Vince, who had, you know, really looked after him. You know, he was never going to do that. And I think Vince knew that Andre wouldn't do that to Vince. But they proper worked Hogan up. And Hogan said it wasn't until the match started and they started going through the prearranged sequences, like the bits they'd spoke about. I'll go for it, we won't succeed, you know, I'll go for the slam, but I won't get it first time, then I'll roll to the outside, blah, blah, blah. Well, until they were starting to do that, Hogan was like, okay, I think he's playing ball. So, yeah, amazing. He is him. He is him. This is why, he's the first person that went into the Hall of Fame. Such a shame. There's a few wrestlers that I think WrestleMania came around too late for. Could you imagine WrestleMania in the 70s with Andre being ever present throughout WrestleMania? I mean, by the time you see Andre, he's broken down. I mean, the first WrestleMania is 85. He's dead by 93. So, and famously, he has to wear a back support, a back brace at WrestleMania 3. He's in so much pain and he needs so much support. He has to wear this big brace underneath his singlet for that extra support. Like, they really didn't know if he was going to be able to do the match or not. And really, after WrestleMania 3 is the absolute peak. And really, everything after that, he ends up going into a tag team with Haku, and he's on crutches. Is it WrestleMania 7? He comes down with the Bushwhackers as they take on the Natural Disasters. So he's on crutches, like, by the time we get to WrestleMania 7. I think he's last seen around 91, 92 in WWE, and in 93, early 93. I mean, you're talking January of 93. He's passed away. He's gone. So, yeah, you kind of feel like if WrestleMania had been around 5 years earlier, 10 years earlier, oh, man. Andre, just think of what we could have done with Andre. Think of what we could have done with Bruno Sammartino. Think of what we could have done with superstar Billy Graham. Think of what we could have done with Bob Backlund in his prime. Backlund was champion in the early 80s. We could have been doing some stuff with him. Like, these are the people that would have been around. Rocky Johnson, the Wild Samoans. These are the names and the people that would have been about. Ivan Putski. We would have been dealing with these if WrestleMania had started a few years earlier. Magic Dak said, on December 11th, I told you my mom swore when she slept with you in a hotel, and you said you had turned her down. Today, my dad now claims he has slept with you in a drive-in theater. Please respond to that. It was just a normal theater. I don't know why he's claiming it was a drive-in. That's my response. Right, let's go back to the chat. Johnny said, "Days it's gone. I'll never know. No, the term goat always confuses me. Like, is people calling them goats? No, GOAT stands for greatest of all time, and that's GOAT. That's, those are the letters that spell out GOAT. So it's just basically a way of saying greatest of all time short. Rather than having to say it, like, out loud, you can just say GOAT instead. So, Andre the Giant, is he the GOAT? It really depends on what parameters you're judging it by, I always say, if people ask me who's the greatest wrestler, I always tend to go with Lou Thesz, because Lou Thesz genuinely is someone who had a career in wrestling for about 50 years. He was the NWA champion for 8 years, something like this. Wrestled in territories all over the world. Is regarded as the greatest of all time by many in the business. And, had some massive feuds, drew some massive gates. He was the guy. I mean, he was the Roman Reigns of the 50s, going into the 60s. And he was still around in the 70s. And actually, I saw him working, well, I didn't see him, but I've seen a video of him working the Battle Royal in the late 80s. I mean, it's incredible. Incredible. He was trained by Strangler Lewis, and he is your wrestler's favorite wrestler. To be honest, he is, like, when you want to talk about actual but it's a different parameter. You could watch a Lou Thesz match and you wouldn't be as entertained, because you're talking about something from 70 years ago. It's a long time ago, and wrestling has massively changed within that time period. So it's very difficult to compare wrestlers from now to wrestlers back then. But all you can do is look at the impact they had. And, you know, Andre had a massive impact. Luthez had a massive impact. Bruno Sammartino had a massive impact. Hulk Hogan had a massive impact. But if you're not so worried about impact and you want to talk about, like, in-ring ability, like in-ring matches, well, then, you know, you start going down a different road, don't you? You know, the people I love watching are like Shawn and Undertaker. They're my favorites. But, you know, again, you can easily find a parameter where they are not top of the tree. You know, if you want to talk about like gates and stuff like that, then it's a myth that wrestling back then didn't draw. It's an absolute myth. Wrestling back then was entertainment. People used to go. In fact, wrestling in the UK was at its biggest probably around the 60s and the 70s, because it was being shown on ITV. And my dad used to watch it. My dad doesn't give a flip about WWE. Never has. Never will. Right? Does not care in the slightest. He'll watch it if he has to go to a show or something. But he doesn't. He would never go out his way to watch it. But he used to watch it when it was on TV in the UK. Like the 60s, the 70s, Mick McManus, Giant Haystacks, Big Daddy, like, you know, Johnny Saint. These kinds of names. Just household names. Household names. They would be on late night talk shows in the UK and all this kind of stuff. Like, wrestling was so big. It's a myth to think that wrestling is the biggest it's ever been, like right now, because that's not true in all places. It's not true in all places. It's, I think you could make the argument WWE is as big as it's ever been, but that's not true of wrestling. You know, again, a lot of people would say that wrestling right now is not getting the ratings or getting the reach that it was for the Attitude Era. The Attitude Era, it felt like WWE was culture. It was part of culture. Like, people every day, people that went to work, whatever, like watching wrestling was part of their lives. Doesn't necessarily feel that same way right now. So I think wrestling is in a very interesting place. It's in a very hot place at the moment. But trying to figure out who the GOAT is of wrestling is impossible. It's impossible. Because it means something different to everybody, you know? There's so many different promotions, so many different eras, so many different styles. It would be like trying to figure out who the GOAT of music is. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people might say Elvis, but then you'd have people saying it's the Beatles. And then you'll have people saying that it was Muddy Waters, or it was Little Richards, or it's Taylor Swift, or it was Michael Jackson, or it was Elton John, or it was Madonna, or it was Doja Cat, right? Or, you know, whoever. Like, it's the wrestling is the same. How the hell do you work it out? It's a fun conversation to have, though. It's a fun conversation to touch on from time to time. But time is not our friend, because these 2 hours always fly by. We've only got 5 minutes left to go. 5 minutes left to go, and we are staring towards a pretty stacked Raw. This is going to be a night where football, I think, is going to take views away. I would imagine Raw is not going to get the rating that this show probably deserves, because I think it looks pretty good on paper. But we can't escape the fact that this is going to be a great show. I'm very, very excited for this episode of Raw, because we've got Miz and R-Truth trying to get themselves a tag title opportunity as they take on Finn and Damian. We got Cody opening the show. We've got Gunther returning, so we're going to find out who's next for Gunther. We've got Jinder taking on Seth Rollins. And we've got DIY in action as they take on JD and Dominic Mysterio. So and of course, we're going to have stuff with Rhea. There's going to be loads of stuff on this show. So it's pretty stacked. It's pretty stacked. It is the final normal episode of Raw before the Royal Rumble. Next week's episode is a go-home episode. So that means that next week is going to be us putting the final touches as we get towards the Rumble. this is our final normal episode, not a go home episode. So what little twists and turns are we going to get tonight on WWE Raw? We got just over 2 minutes to go. Let's go. And don't forget, we vote on the matches. We'll have a look and see what you lot scored SmackDown from Friday as well. That's over on the other channel. We vote for the matches. We vote for the show scores at the end, the match scores after each match. Lots of stuff for us to do. I also need to get, ready for the Unseen video. I'm going to put the Hogan news in that, because obviously we haven't spoke about that in a video. I'll include the new set in that as well. So yeah, as and when you see bits and bobs, if you think that they are... if you think that you see some memes that are funny, that you think would be good for the Unseen video, if you see some news that you think would be interesting for the Unseen video, if you see any tweets from superstars during the shows that you think would be good for the Unseen video, just tag me in them on X, and then afterwards I will just blast through, and I'll make sure that your names get shown on screen as well, and I'll make sure that you get the recognition you deserve for helping the Unseen videos and helping me and helping the channel. So definitely interested in all of that stuff. I really want those Unseen videos to be, as I said, we watch the shows together. So anything that's about to happen on Raw now, we're going to experience it together. We're going to watch it. We're going to react to it together. But there's so much stuff that happens on social media. There's so many tweets that get put out by superstars during the show. And there's so much like news that can break. I mean, whilst we've been streaming, we've got the Hogan news, a new set for Raw, you know, and we've not done videos on those, so all of that can go into the Unseen videos as well. So yeah, I'm really loving putting all that together. It's been a good addition to the channel. I think people seem to really enjoy them as well, get something from them, which is good. Right, we are just seconds away. Seconds. Cowboys are never going to win a Super Bowl until Jerry Jones sells the team, said Davids. That is breaking news from Davids. There's another image here from Cal, who's kindly tagged me in. I've got Twitter open. So there's these are interesting around the ring, aren't they? This structure. I mean, that's not normal. The set has changed, but this kind of, I don't know, this girdering is that normal? That doesn't feel normal, unless it's just normally so far out the way we don't ever notice it. I feel like I would normally notice it though. But yeah, these girders feel a bit different. Don't know, I wonder if it's a one-off for this building. Okay, we're opening with some... Oh, is it Martin Luther King Day? So, where is this? So, this is... We're just looking at shots of when he gave his I Have a Dream speech. And we're just seeing shots of Martin Luther King. No, Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl, said Cleveland Brown, when Jimmy Johnson is in the Cowboys. God bless Dr. King, said Mitchell. James said, Days hates me. I tweeted you some hours ago. Oh, what did you tweet me? What did you tweet me? I spoke to you hours ago. Oh, that one. Yeah, I didn't see this an hour ago. I think the stream had just started. So, R-Truth stated on Busted Open that it was Damian that pushed for him. You mentioned that in the stream, didn't you? What was the other one? Oh, yeah, that thing. So there's Samantha Irvin. We're in Little Rock in the Simons Bank Arena. Ah, there is Seth with Roex. Jinder arriving. Boos. So Jinder steps out of a vehicle. There are boos, but I don't know if they were piped in boos. Seth, Jinder coming up on this show. Here comes Jinder. Little Rock can't stop Cody from finishing the story, said runners. Okay, here's Cody. We knew he was going to open the show. But what's he going to say? Adrenaline in my soul. Right, Cody is making his way down. I don't like it. It's got like steel structures in the way of the screens as well. It used to just be a big screen. And now they've unnecessarily complicated it. I wonder if it's a special stage for this arena. I wonder if for some reason the big stage wouldn't fit. So they've had to come up with some sort of scaled down version or something. Right, Cody making his way down to the ring. Jinder is going to stop the story of Cody, said Tony, by defeating Seth today and the challenge Roman for winner-take-all at WrestleMania. Jinder Roman WrestleMania. Imagine if we get that rather than Roman Rock. IWC would not be pleased, man. The internet wrestling community would have a hissy fit. Right, here is Cody. Crowd are chanting for Cody. Obviously, he's got great fan support. Biggest merch seller of last year. Although, it does have to be said, LA Knight did very well, but he kind of caught fire as the year went on. So... Little Rock. That's what The Rock calls his pee-pee. Shout out to you, honey. Shout out to my wife. Shout out to Brandy. He's talking about a song. We could talk about me beating Shinsuke Nakamura. Or we could talk about the reason why I'm standing here. The reason why I came back. Finish the story. The Royal Rumble is right around the corner. Yeah, but you won it last year and you goofed it. Ah, it's been interrupted. Drew McIntyre is making his way down. I mean, in all fairness, he did botch it last year. He won the Rumble. He went to WrestleMania. He had to know that there was going to be outside interference. We knew there was going to be outside interference. It wasn't the biggest shock in the world. So, here is Drew McIntyre making his way down to the ring. It's like when the island of misfit toys in the ring right now with these three. Hello, who else is in the ring? I've only got Cody and Drew. You're ahead of me. I'm only at the point where Drew's making his way down, and we got someone else joining in the equation. Johnny said, I don't really like the stage. I'm just wondering if it's a one-off. I'm just wondering if it's just going to be because this venue might be a bit smaller, because it does actually look smaller. This venue does look smaller. This doesn't look like a normal big double-tiered arena that we're normally in. So I wonder if they've had to adjust the stage accordingly. Here's Drew. What do you want to talk about? You've been back for a minute, and we haven't had a chance to catch up. You and I grew up in WWE together. I want to look you in the eye and tell you that I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the man you've become. Proud of not buying this. You can already hear a bit of muttering. They're not believing that Drew is pleased for Cody. So Drew is talking about them tag teaming in the past and being known and called the Dashing Ones. We both had to leave WWE to get our heads right, said Drew. It's interesting. We weren't just any ordinary wrestlers outside of WWE, though, were we? Is it me, or is anyone going less high-profile vibes from the setup, like Raw, NXT, or AEW? I think this is a smaller venue. Looking at when Drew came out, it doesn't feel as big. I don't mind that, to be honest. I do criticize the fact the shows feel like the same venue every week, and I will say this week is the first week it doesn't feel like the same venue. It does feel like we're in a different place. So yeah, I don't want this all the time. I'm not a fan of this new staging as a permanent staging, but if it's being done because this is a smaller venue, sign me up. Fine. Yeah, let's go. Drew said you're going to be one of the first member of your family to raise that championship. He's getting upset. God, he just can't help himself, can he? I want you to finish your story, but not before I finish mine. So this is interesting. Cody's going through a list of people that could win the Rumble. He says you could win. CM Punk could win. Jey Uso could win. CM Punk chants. Cody said, I don't plan on letting that happen. Cody said, listen, my point is you can't count anybody out, Drew. Drew's got some advice. Just be yourself. It's good advice, that. It's good advice. That's advice to you lot as well. Just be yourself. Don't smile all the time. I don't know that that's good advice. Don't smile all the time. I like be yourself more. Drew said, oh, I do like that though. Be the real Cody. And if anyone's got an issue with that, drop them on their ass. So he says, take that dumb smile off your face. Be the real Cody. Cody said, I assure you, this is not an act. This is what I love. I am thankful. I am grateful. I cherish my second chance. So there's not really loads to this, to be honest, at the moment. It's just Drew saying drop the act and Cody saying this isn't an act. Why would you bring Jey Uso to Raw? Is it a case of friends close, enemies closer? He's still upset about the Jey Uso thing. And he's upset with Damian Priest cashing in. Like Punk found out last week. I know what's best for business. And at WrestleMania, the story belongs to Drew McIntyre. So Cody's pointing out, oh, you're blaming everyone else. If. You are brimming with grievances. Oh, I like that from Cody. Cody said, when I speculate, when I wonder about finishing the story, I only look two places, right here and right there. So he looks inside himself and he looks at the fans. They're the only two places he looks. I really like that line. That's good. That's good. Cody walks away and it was an interesting confrontation. I don't think that it had... I mean, I feel like we're planting seeds for the Rumble. I think one of the success stories we had with the Bloodline was knowing how their relationships were. So we knew how... Oh, backstage with R-Truth. We knew how, like, Sammy felt about Jay, Jay about Sammy, Jimmy about Sammy, Roman about Sammy. And that really made the Bloodline so more satisfying. We're just doing that at the moment, but just in the men's division. Drew and Jay, Drew and CM Punk, Drew and Cody, Cody and Jay. R-Truth gives Damian money. Tom and Nick Mysterio. I can't find Nick on Facebook. The rest of the crew are not happy with you, so... Don't tag in. Love it. Love it. Because now you'll watch that match and I want to know if he's going to tag in. So Damian says to R-Truth, you can't be selling this Judgment Day merch. R-Truth is like, well, here's your cut of the money. And Damian's like, okay, we'll just do it quietly then, because the others don't like it. So he's took the money. And he said to him as well, tonight I need one more thing. Don't tag in. It's going to be JD McDonough. No, it's going to be Damian Priest and Finn against Miz and R-Truth. And R-Truth has just been told, don't tag him. What is going to happen in that match? Because Miz is going to tag him in, or there's going to be an accidental tag. There'll be moments where R-Truth will get out the way, I'm sure. But there's going to be an accidental tag. And he's going to find himself in the match, and then he's not going to know what to do. The fact that we've got someone who wants to be in Judgment Day in a match where they've got to go up against Judgment Day is really interesting. It's really interesting. Because he knows that if he beats Judgment Day, he's going to obviously be on the wrong side of him. He doesn't want that. So they've said don't tag in. There is no way that match is going as straightforward as Miz just gets beaten up and R-Truth doesn't tag in. There's going to come a point where he gets tagged in. And I cannot wait to see how they play that out or what happens with that when that happens. Going to be good. Looking forward to it. Mitchell said Ric Flair is at the Bucks game LMFAO. I don't know what that means. Is that good? Is it bad? I don't know what that means. I'm going to say that that is bad. I don't know. Cal Dub said a new stage for Raw. How do you feel about it, Cal? Do you know what? Actually, we should end poll because that's not moving anymore. Let's see what people think about the new stage. So I can tell you that 63% of people don't think that Jinder is going to be the champ tonight. They don't think Jinder's going to be the champ. Do you like the new Raw stage? Do you like the new Raw stage? Yes or no? We'll put that in the chat right now. Wrestling Andy said they should sign two guys and call them Tom and Nick. Smurfy Tunes said James has just sent you a tweet. Let's have a look. Oh, that might have been the one that we saw before. Nick Aldis said, best of luck to Jinder Mahal in his WWE World Heavyweight Championship match tonight. I agree with you, Mr. Mahal. You have been overlooked on Raw. However, management has had a bit of a shake-up in recent months, and I think you'll find that SmackDown is the land of opportunity, and I am always open to a conversation. That is interesting and also a little disappointing because I wish that hadn't have been sent before, because that makes me think that Jinder's definitely losing, because if he was winning the title then he wouldn't be able to go to SmackDown because you can't have both the world titles on SmackDown. So Nick Aldis basically saying, I think you have been overlooked, come to SmackDown. I wish he'd have sent that after. Why couldn't he have sent that after Raw? So if Jinder had lost, then send the message, Jinder, I think you are at being overlooked, and your performance tonight was incredible. I want you to come to SmackDown. Sending it before makes me feel that he's definitely losing. Unless it's a swerve, and I'm meant to think that. But, I don't know. We might be going a bit too far down the rabbit hole now. But Nick Aldis sending out a message, Gaming Enigma, tagging me in that. Here, look, Nick Aldis, best of luck to Jinder Mahal. I agree, you have been overlooked. Management has had a recent, which is true actually. I mean, Nick Aldis is around now. Some people might look at that and think they're talking about Endeavour. I think they're just talking about Nick Aldis arriving. Here's what Mitchell was talking about as well. I'm guessing Ric Flair. What is that? Good to see Ric Flair on ESPN. That does look like Ric Flair. Oh my god. Get Ric Flair out of here. There he is. That looked like Mega Morant for a second. So he is in Tampa on TV. There he is. Look, oof. Is that coming out of his penis? That is a very Ric Flair thing, isn't it? Space Mountain is alive and well. Space Mountain. Woo! Look at that. That is quite the shot, isn't it? That is quite the shot. Woo! That's what Woo Energy does. That is... Let's go. The Nature Boy! Styling and profiling. Anyway, we're not going to talk about Ric Flair and his penis anymore. We're going to talk about DIY. DIY taking on Tom and Nick Mysterio and JD McDonough. Right. Gaming Enigma, shout out to you, my friends. Christina Applegate is trending as well, but I don't think there's anything to do with her penis on the internet. Right. DIY against Dominic Mysterio and JD McDonough. This is our first match of the evening, and don't forget, we will rate the match once it's over. We're dialed in. We're in the zone. I love DIY's new song, said John. It's good, yeah, I like it as well. It sounds quite big and quite epic. I'd imagine at like WrestleMania, that's going to sound really like awesome as they come out to have some sort of match. If they're competing for the championships, once they're like really over and the crowd really do care about them, that entrance theme is going to bang hard, man. Right, so a big thank you to everyone that's joining us as we settle down for our first match. 25 minutes in. If you are just joining us, you have missed Cody Rhodes and Drew McIntyre. They just had a little back and forth. They were quite respectful from Drew, but basically said, you know, I thought Drew's comments were really interesting in the sense of he's still walking that babyface heel line. Because he said, I want you to finish your story. I mean, that's lovely. I'm rooting for you. We came through at the same time. We were a tag team. Like, I want you to finish the story. I just want to do mine first. Which, that's fair enough. I mean, that is something Drew should want. We want people to be competitive. You know, we want people battling to prove they're the best. So... It's still that interesting line that Drew is walking, saying, you know, I want you to have the success. I want you to be the first Rhodes to get the title. I want to finish my story first. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. So it was quite respectful, but obviously the longer it went on, they kind of drifted apart a little bit. But yeah, as I was saying before the R-Truth little backstage thing, It's really interesting because the success of Judgment Day for me was based on the fact that we looked at the different relationships. So we knew how Roman felt about Jay. We knew how Roman felt about Sammy. We knew how Roman felt about Jimmy. We know how Jimmy felt about Sammy. We know how Jay felt about Sammy. And they all had slightly different relationships. Jimmy and Sammy was different to Jay and Sammy. Jimmy and Jay's relationship, what with them being twins, is different to their relationship with Roman, right? So we explored these relationships and it made for a much richer story. And we could like do these little looks and these little teases and these little moments that meant something because we knew about these relationships. And I think they've learnt that. And I think what we're seeing them doing right now is they're doing it, but across not just a group, but across a division. You know, we started last week with CM Punk and Drew, so we could establish that relationship. We know how people feel about Jay. We know how Cody feels about Jay. We know how Cody feels about Drew. We know how Cody feels about CM Punk. We know how CM Punk feels about Drew. You know, we're putting all these relationships under the spotlight so that when we get to the Rumble and we get some of these confrontations, we're going to know who are friends, who are on the same page, who really don't like each other, who's sent warnings to who. You know, I mean, imagine if it comes down to like Drew and Cody. I mean, that's going to be really interesting because we've just seen that. You know, we know they both want to finish their stories. We know exactly where the other person stands. So I do like the segments. I think they do have value. It's just that I don't think that value is going to show itself like tonight. You know, you could watch that first segment and be a bit like, no, it was all right. Yeah, it was all right. It wasn't brilliant. It wasn't bad. It was all right. And I would understand that. But what I would say is I think the value to these segments is going to be realized in the long term. And not even that long, just like Rumble heading into WrestleMania. We're kind of really putting the spotlight on these relationships, and it will come good. It came good with the Bloodline. Mr. Leonard Lopez said Raw tonight is being held at the Simon's Bank Arena. That's why the stage is small. What's the capacity of the Simon's Bank Arena? It does feel smaller. Saying that, it's an 18,000 capacity arena. I mean, it doesn't feel like it has a top section. Or if it does, the lights must be off and it must be topped within an inch of its life. It doesn't feel like a double level. According to Wikipedia, though, that's what they've done. I found a picture that explains what they've done. That's what they've done. So I was looking at these images and I was like, well, look at that one there. I mean, that is clearly double leveled. And that's double leveled. And that's double leveled. I'm like, that's not the arena I'm seeing. That's the arena I'm seeing. You can see this curtain has been drawn around. So what I thought was a wall is a curtain. So I think this curtain is pulled round, which makes it just this lower tier and the floor seats. So maybe they've not pulled the curtain round on all sides, but I feel like this curtain is blocking like the tier above, because I'm certainly not seeing this picture, this Venues Now picture. I'm not seeing that. I think there might be a bit of a curtain job. WrestleTix said how many tickets they've sold for tonight. If they've sold 10,000, that would make sense. If this is an 18,000 arena and then, you know, you've closed off the top section. Wow. Look at this. WrestleTix 33 minutes ago. Monday Night Raw. Current setup, 6,000. They've only sold 6,000 tickets for Raw tonight in an 18,000 arena. Wow, that's why it feels so small and so quiet. There's only 6,000 there. There's 12,000 empty seats. Do you know what? I could understand AEW fans asking the question, where's the noise, you know? Where's the noise about the Raw ticket sales not being brilliant for this week's Raw? 6,000 in an 18,000 arena. See, this is why it's not worth getting involved in that whole ticket argument, right? It's not worth it. Because there will always be stuff that can be thrown back. There's always mud that's going to be around that can be slung in different directions. So I wouldn't engage in the ha-ha, you can only draw 3,000 people chatter. Because a week like this will come along where, you know, mud can be slung right back. Instead, go down the road of your owner is super cringe. That is clearly the path to go down if you want to throw dirt at AEW fans. You go down the path of Tony Khan is embarrassing. That is indisputable, right? Don't bother with the ticket sale one. That's it. It's not worth it. Weeks like this will come along, but Tony will always be cringe. So that is the better path to go down. This is a public service announcement. So yeah, 6,000 in the arena tonight. I mean, I don't know what the market's like, to be honest. Even though it's a big arena, perhaps, like, you know, for wrestling, it's just not that big of a fan base. But then I would question why go there. Why not just do a house show? Why give them a Raw if it's not that big of a fan base? Big kick by Johnny Gargano. There's a difference between having only one bad ticket sale show to having all bad ticket sale shows, said James. Well, yes, but I think the average for Raw is around about 10, 11,000 for the year. We looked at the average, and they do still run in 18, 20,000 arenas. So there is a difference between selling 3,000 tickets and 10,000 tickets. And as you say, having a week where you only sell 6. I completely agree. But I still think you're putting yourself on pretty thin ice if you choose to have that kind of conversation, that argument, that debate with AEW fans. I think that it's not worth it. I think there's other arguments you can have. Tommaso getting all kinds of fired up. There's a wrestling days on the dance floor, says Eddie. Well, he's probably alone. I can tell you that Nick Mysterio is trending. So Johnny drop kick by Dominic, going for the cover. 1, 2, shoulder up by Johnny Gargano. The Judgment Day should lose all of their titles, says Essa. And we go to commercial break. Ashley said, can I get a shout out? Shout out to you, Ashley. Hope you're doing well. But I don't debate with AEW fans because I can't debate with someone I don't respect. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. I would rather take this than the Thunderdome any day of the week. Oh, God, yeah. I'm not down on this venue. I'm not down on it at all. I like the fact it feels different. I don't like the stage, but as we said, maybe that's because it's in a smaller venue, but then that set us down the path of finding out it's actually not a smaller venue. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the stage design, so hopefully that's not permanent. But I do appreciate the fact that it feels a little different. Genuinely. Like, every week it just feels like we come from the same arena. Every week it just feels like the same building. Even though we travel around all these different states, never get a feeling that we're anywhere different. And it can just make it a bit sterile. Like, I'd love to tune in not quite knowing how it's going to look and what the setup's quite going to be. So I'm all for it. I'm not down on it. I'm all for it. Days SmackDown will be here in Utah in February. I'm on the floor. It was expensive for WWE, but AEW is cheap, says Johnny. James said, how many commercials have there been during this match? I think this is the second. Yeah, we are in a commercial break. Match has been all right so far. I mean, there's, you know, it's been back and forth. There's been some nice moments from DIY. We know they're a great tag team. I would expect them to get past these guys, no trouble. So the fact it's even a competitive match and the fact it's gone on as long as it's gone on for is, well, I suppose not bad. You've got to make, you know, JD and Dominic look not completely useless, but this should be a relatively straightforward win for DIY. WWE just released a new R-Truth Nick and Tom shirt on WWE Shop, did they? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. So I love this Seth shirt as well. I think that looks brilliant. The Seth shirt's great, but look at this. 3 amigos. Look at that. Man, that is... you knew the second that they mentioned it, it was going to get capitalized on. You knew as soon as that was mentioned that they were going to jump all over that. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Okay, we're going back to the action then. Clothesline by Tommaso. He looks like a... Which is not good news. That would suggest we've got a bit of a problem, a bit of an issue. So,
I should get that recorded.
that is a concern. Something that I'm going to need to have a look into.
Just sit here like this.
Let me turn this halftime thing off. Yeah, it just crashed. It just shut down. It just said there was a problem and it had to restart the computer. So I do not like that. I do not like that at all. Do you know, it's funny because when I turned my computer on, it wouldn't load up straight away. I had to like turn it off and turn it back on again for it to boot up. And I was like, that's strange. And then do you remember earlier in the stream, I said there was a couple of like colored blocks that were on screen. And I was like, what's that? And I ended up having to like change the background, refresh the background. So there's been these little clues that have just suggested something's not quite right. And then all of a sudden it just crashed. So... Kick there by Johnny Gargano. So, yeah, not a fan of that at all. So, hope we're back anyway. We will always bounce back. But we got Johnny over by the ropes. Dominic goes over, looks for a 619, doesn't get it. And Dominic spills to the outside. Tag. Johnny is coming into the ring. DIY. About to put JD McDonough away. It's a rubbish move, that. Those knees just don't look very good. But it's a win for DIY. A really fun competitive contest. Crowd were really fired up. It's the sort of match that's going to help DIY. Getting the crowd going, getting the crowd pumped, you know? So it's good in that regard. JD doing a beautiful moonsault, landing on Tommaso, but Johnny Gargano making the save. Let's end this poll. So, do you like the new Raw stage? That was the question. But we're interested in match scores. So I can tell you that 67% of people said yes, they do like it. But 32% said no. Okay. Okay, so we've got the poll up live now so that you can vote on that. We're backstage with Candice and Indy. Oh, here's Chelsea and Piper. So Chelsea saying that the ref was the slowest counter ever. So it looks like a match is going to be made. Indy said it wasn't a slow count. The ref actually counted to 2. You do know how to count, don't you? Piper walks away. So Indy and Candice backstage. Piper and Chelsea walk off. So we're going to match number 2 now. Match number 2. You can still get your votes in as to what you thought about the first match. No. Yes. Indy. And Candice. Eddie said, what's your thoughts on EastEnders? I don't watch it, but I would say that it's probably the soap I've watched the most in my life out of that Emmerdale and Coronation Street. But I don't watch it normally. DIY short for doesn't interest you, said Roddy. AF Chris said, I'm still bummed that they won't allow Samantha to say Chelsea Green. William said, can you talk quietly? I'm trying to read the chat and you are so loud. I just cannot concentrate. That's fair. Do you know what? That is the main feedback we get on the channel, is that I do get in the way of the streams. So that is perfectly acceptable. That is perfectly fair. And I would just like to take this opportunity to apologise. And also apologise for my PC, which for some reason decided that this was a good time to crash. And now I'm going to have to figure out why it's crashed and how I stop it from crashing in the future. And I don't know how to do these things. So it's going to be a nightmare. I did actually run some antivirus stuff on it about a week or so ago. And everything was fine. I tend to do that on a regular basis anyway, so don't like it. I don't like it. It's probably a driver. That's what it normally is, but I don't know what that means. Does anyone else watch on Fubo? The sound and the video don't sync, said AF Chris. I don't even know what Fubo is. Youngblood said, I wondered why the arena seemed bland and quiet during the Cody Drew segment. Seemed like they were piping in noises, then toned it down once they realised it didn't match the arena noise. It's a weird little venue, this. I mean, I don't know. I like the fact it's different, but yeah, it's... You know, it's quiet. We've got less than 7,000 people there, which is around about, I don't know, normally our normal attendance is like 10, 11. So, I mean, we are considerably down on what we would normally have. But, you know, I don't mind it as an exception. YouTube uses a lot of GPU if you use pop-up blockers now. Uses a lot of GPU. I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know what that means. I don't use ad blockers. I used to have an ad blocker because I didn't even know that there was such a thing. I used ad blockers for... there was something. I wanted to display something on screen during the streams, and every time I kept putting it up, there was an ad in the way, so I used an ad blocker just to get rid of that. But then I kept going on sites that kept saying, please turn your ad blocker off and all this stuff. And I'm not bothered about seeing ads. I mean, I pay for YouTube Premium because I couldn't live without it, because I wouldn't cope with watching adverts on YouTube for the amount of YouTube stuff that I tend to go on to watch WWE videos a lot. If I'm listening to Jim Cornette, chances are it's going to be through YouTube. If I'm listening to Eric Bischoff, it's through YouTube. If I'm listening to something to wrestle with, it's through YouTube. If I'm listening to Dutch Mantel's podcast, it's through YouTube. Like, I use it for a lot of those podcasts. There is no way I would cope with being interrupted with adverts. So I buy that anyway. I pay for that. And I use that for my main, like, music. That's rather than having, like, a subscription to Spotify or anything. I just use YouTube Music. It's fine for me. It's got everything I need. So, yeah, I just do that. So I don't really need an ad blocker. So I don't even have one. No, I don't think I even have it installed anymore. So I don't think it's anything, dodgy. It's not like I'm VPNing or ad blocking or anything like this. I don't know. I've got a feeling that something's either broken internally or something's little virus has found its way in. Don't know. The reason for the smaller venue is because of the snow. The weather is bad in Little Rock and a lot of people couldn't make it. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true because the venue is only set up for 6,900, that means that it's not that they sold lots of tickets and people couldn't go. Like, it's only set up for a small number. So, that doesn't ring true to me. That might be the excuse that people are using online. But WrestleTix said that it was only set up for 6,900. Yeah. $6,100 is the current setup. So they weren't even trying to sell anything more than 6,000 tickets. And they've still got 60-odd tickets left. So it's basically a sellout. They basically did sell it out. But it's only set up for 6,000. Okay, here's Candice and Indy. A lot of people are having problems after a YouTube ad blocker slowdown. Even if you don't have one, YouTube sees OBS as a false positive. I don't think that's true. Well, no, I believe you, but I don't think that's my problem. I don't think that's my problem. The reason why is because when I started my computer, it didn't boot up Windows straight away, and that's unusual. And then as we were streaming, there was like these little blocks in the corner. If you go back, you'll be able to see them. I had to refresh my background. That doesn't suggest to me that it's a problem with, you know, if my computer didn't crash and it was actually the OBS went down and I was still live, but I just couldn't connect to YouTube, then I would think it was that. But the fact that that's not what happened makes me think that it's something more to do with my computer. So I think it's a computer thing. I think it's just maybe a coincidence that others are having some OBS issues. If you think Vince isn't involved or doesn't get small things like that changed by moaning, you've not been paying attention to how this company runs, says Philip. I don't know what we're referring to. What are we talking about? Vince is still definitely involved. He is in charge of he's the chief executive, head of directors for TKO. So he is absolutely still involved. But I think what's been a bigger change than what we thought is just how far that has removed him from the day-to-day. You know, he is so involved now at an executive level, at a high level, on the board, in the business rooms, talking strategy, big picture, that it's now really took him out from the day-to-day creative. You know, he doesn't turn up to the shows. I'm guessing he still, like, you know, gives ideas and to Triple H, of course, and I'm sure Triple H still asks questions, because why wouldn't you? You know? But yeah, I mean, he's still involved, definitely. But it's amazing how far this has removed him. Splash there by Piper. Looking back, do you agree that Cena Rock main evented and not CM Punk? Yeah. That was CM Punk's frustration. When CM Punk was champion, he was frustrated at being overshadowed. When he was champion, he wanted to be the guy, you know? This is why I think that him getting Roman's belt makes a lot of sense eventually. And for him to be the face of WWE makes a lot of sense. Because he is someone that always wanted that. He always wanted to carry the bull. And I don't think he ever felt like he really got given the bull. Got given the title, but there was always other people that were still being put ahead of him, like John Cena. Spinebuster there by Indy Hartwell. Piper up on her feet, picking up Indy and Driver, slamming her down. Piper going against the ropes. Tag being made by Chelsea. Splash by Piper as Indy moves out the way. Jinder is not going to win the title tonight. Seth's going to retain, said Sebastian. The only other outcome is Damian cashing in. Hunter is doing a fantastic job, says Matthew. Made by Dawn said, I'm not excited for the Vince documentary because Vince have control over his own image, so nothing's going to come out about that. It's a win for Candice and Indy. So we'll get people's thoughts on that. It was a very confusing finish there. I mean, both Candice and Indy both went to go for that pin. They both kind of got in each other's way momentarily. But it got the job done. And talking of job done backstage, there is a man who gets jobs done. There is the Ring General, Gunther. He is backstage. So, match scores. What did you think about that women's tag match? I will add these to the other match scores that we've had so far this year. So, do you think it's all time? Do you think it's great? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? Boom. Gargano's wife ruined this match, said Solid Snake. The wrong team won, says the man. I'm not expecting much over the next few weeks because December, for a usual low point, had some big moments and we're close to the Rumble. So nothing too crazy should happen until that night. 3, 2, 1, says K-Dub. Ray said, shins to the gut to Chelsea. She should probably get that checked out by a medical facility. Lebeo said, I can't say I didn't call it. Let's check in with Twitter. We've been getting some fantastic stuff tagged in. Mercedes with Cat Williams. I don't know who that is. Kojiko. People tagging us in this new shirt as well for our truth. So we've been looking at this. There we go. That only dropped 28 minutes ago. I mean, that's so much fun. So that's great. So Coach Co, shout out to you. Geo, the Theo, shout out to you, buds. There's an image of the Dashing Ones tweeted out by WWE. And we're up to speed. Oh, hello. Me, what I want to talk about, face-to-face, cards on the table next week in New Orleans. Oh, Geo the Theo. I'm guessing that's legit. That is fire, baby. So, CM Punk and Cody next week. Let's go. Let's go. Love it. Raw was always going to be bad with the weather, says Bradley. Well, I don't think that's true, Bradley. I really don't. I mean, it's set up for 6,100. So unless they have looked at it in advance and thought, oh, no one's going to come out to this, let's just set it up for 6,000. But then I would ask, why even do it in this venue at this time? Like, why go there now if you knew that the weather was going to affect your attendance? Plus also, the idea that they've sold 10,000 tickets, only 6,000 people showed up, that's not true. WrestleTix have said that this whole thing was only estimated and set up for 6,000 people to start with. So WWE didn't get the ticket sales, or maybe they didn't expect the ticket sales. But I don't know. It seems it doesn't seem like the answer to me. It doesn't seem like the reason to me as to why we've, these 6,000 people have still bought tickets. These 6,000 have still turned up. So, what, the other 4,000 couldn't? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think it's fine to admit that we are going to go to places where they're only going to sell 6,000-7,000 tickets. I can look back at Raw ticket sales and show you there are Raws and shows that have done similar tickets. So, yeah, it's unusual for us to get to an audience that has an attendance this low, but it's not unheard of. Like, this does happen from time to time where we will go to a place where we only get, 7,000 ticket sales or whatever. Like, it happens. I think, like James said earlier, with AEW, they are doing, say, 3,000 tickets, but that's their average. That's their normal. For WWE, their average for Raw is around about 10. So, if you're going to have a week where it does 6 or 7 as a one-off, so be it. It's no great drama. I just don't... I'm not subscribing to the weather thing. We're backstage with Judgment Day. Let's focus on this match. Serious business. Let's focus on this match. So tonight, R-Truth and The Miz taking on Finn Balor and Damian Priest. We had a bad snowstorm here in 2020. The government told people to stay off the roads, but the fans didn't listen and everyone turned out to Monday Night Raw. Right, here's Gunther. Here's Gunther. So, no Giovanni. He's still absent at the moment. But Ludvig is introducing Gunther. Let's end this poll, shall we? So that we can get this written down and then fully focus on whatever this segment's going to be, because this segment feels like it's going to be an interesting segment. Hopefully we're about to find out who is next for the Ring General. So 47% of people thought that last match was good, 31% thought it was bad, 12% thought it was great, 9% thought it was all time. I do really love these feedbacks. We're seeing a lovely range in our results, and we'll have a look at that later in the show. First hour is done. First hour is in the bag. We are now moving forward into hour number 2 and the Ring General, Gunther. So Gunther has come down. He's in, he looks kind of cool. He's got those jeans or trousers, and he's got like a Fred Perry jumper on. He looks great. Casual, though, clearly not about to have a match. Although Ludvig looks like he's match ready. He's got his boots on. He's got his ring gear on. So someone could get involved here, and we might end up with them getting into a match with Ludvig. We have seen it before, though, where people come out in their ring gear and then don't have a match. I remember The Miz doing that just the other week. Okay, Gunther. Let's see what he's got to say. Boos for Gunther. Boos for Gunther. He's got a smile on his face, though. He's having fun. We are 2 weeks away from the Rumble. I can feel the desperation. I can smell the desperation. I think I can smell excrement too, says Gunther. He says, all's his sin is superstars coming out and arguing over the last few weeks. I had to remind everyone. I entered at #1 last year. I was one elimination away from winning the Royal Rumble. Cody chants. Cody chants. I lasted longer than any man in history before. The Ring General is going to win the Rumble, a main event WrestleMania. He's second favorite. He is currently second favorite, according to the bookies. Oh, I want to focus on you. Let's review what happened whilst I was away. So last week, Ludvig, of course. Oh yeah, that was sick actually. Do you remember last week when he beat up Kofi? Yeah, man, that chair shot was amazing. And then this drive-by where he goes running around like the Strowman Express. Bang! And it looks so good as well. Xavier Woods tweeted that that was a mistake. What I saw. I love to see that, says Gunther. What I saw there, I love to see that. You showed grit. You showed confidence. You showed courage. Gunther's cooking, man. Well done. Well done. He's going to give him a hug. Oh, my God. Bring it in. Bring it in. Ah. Which one are you? Which one are you? It's Xavier. Was it going to be Kofi? Was it going to be Xavier? Was it going to be Big E? Imagine if Big E had just walked out. This place would have gone banana. You took it 10 steps too far. Haven't we already seen Xavier against Gunther? Have we already had that? I'm here. Unfortunately for you, Ludvig, I'm here. Tonight, this is what's going to happen. We were looking at his 3DS collection yesterday. He's got a very big 3DS collection. A smile on Gunther's face. So Xavier making his way down to the ring. He wants his pound of flesh. And Gunther wants Ludvig to respond. Who's your daddy is the chant. So after what I did to Kofi, you dare to challenge me? What I did to your friend last week is nothing compared to what I'm going to do to you. Let's go. King Yeti said Ludvig with the ruthless aggression. So, looks like this is going to be our next match then. Xavier against Ludvig. Ludvig gets hurled to the outside. So he's pounding away at the moment. He's got Ludvig down. I think we're about to go to commercial break. Sadly means that I don't think anyone has shown themselves next for Gunther. I don't think it's going to be Xavier. Although, there was people in the chat saying, what if it's going to be, or leading up to Big E? What if Kofi just got destroyed? Now, Xavier gets destroyed. There's only one person left in the New Day that could come out then, and it is Big E. Gunther against Roman would be huge, said K-Dub. Darren said, I think Gunther wins the Rumble. Mr. Unfamiliar said Xavier should beat Roman more than Cody should. Looks like the snow on the roof is heavy, said Jadam. Daddy is on SmackDown. His name is Randy. Let's go back to that was interesting, wasn't it? I think it's time you ask me what I want to talk about. American Nightmare, face-to-face, cards on the table next week, New Orleans. The Icon Legend, Ace Steel. Oh, yeah, I keep seeing this. I'm not interested. I'm interested in news. This is, I don't know what Ace Steel is doing with these. People enjoy them, though. What's Sean Rossap saying? Gunther says that he is going to win the Rumble and main event. He's currently second favourite. Okay. Yeah, I think we're on top of everything. I'm just reading what Sean's been tweeting out. He's just been tweeting out the stuff we've been talking about. Days in 95, there was an episode of Raw taped in a high school gym. That's, yeah, true. I remember seeing the basketball hoops. Yeah, I remember them. I'm a stan for like 93, 94, 95. I go back to that era quite a bit. So, yeah. It's amazing how far it's come. But, I mean, you've got to remember the business was, it was in the toilet at that point. New generation. Really bad. Wrestling, you know. It had the boom period of Hogan, which started fading in like 91-ish. Kind of. I think Hogan losing to Warrior is a real key moment. Because really at that point, even WWE are sort of acknowledging, let's kind of go in a new direction. Hogan was going off to do some films as well at that time, but, you know, definitely Hulkamania was starting to see decline. It had been red hot from 84 all the way through the 80s. By the time you get into WrestleMania 6, it's 1990. So, I mean, it's had a hell of a run by that point, you know. But by the time we get into 94, you know, you're starting to see other people come along that are getting attention, like the Warrior. That didn't really work. Warrior's title reign wasn't a great success. Hogan ends up coming back. They give him another run with the title, but it's not the same, you know? I mean, by the time we get to WrestleMania 8, Hogan's not even competing for the title, and then you've got the steroid trial. So really, I think you see this gradual decline from WrestleMania 6. I reckon from 1990, you start to see things kind of going in a direction that's not as profitable. By the time we're getting to 95, I mean, it's well documented, isn't it, how bad of a year 95 was for WWE. It's awful creative, awful ticket sales. That was a true low point. And then from there, we start to head towards the Attitude Era. And we start to turn it round. 96 is definitely way better than 95. 97 is an improvement, and then bang, you're in the Attitude Era. So I love the story of Triple H. Triple H told a story where he said, you know, around that kind of 96 periods, they used to peer out at the shows and look at like how many fans were there. And they used to say, like, do you think it'll ever be as hot as it was? It's crazy, isn't it? Reminds me a lot of, have you ever seen that meme? It comes out quite a bit if you do crypto. It comes out quite a bit. It's of a guy digging, and he's just about to get to where all the diamonds are under the ground, and he's digging, and he's like just really close, and he gives up, and he's walking away. So he's dug this hole all the way, he's almost at the good stuff, and he's turned around and given up. And then it shows you the guy above ferociously trying to get there. And it's kind of basically a way of saying, you know, don't lose heart, don't give up, because the thing that you're after is literally just round the corner. What it is that you're chasing it's not that far away. And there's a meme that kind of shows that. It's a great meme. I really like it. But I think that could have applied to WWE in 96, because, like, you know, things were really bad, like, financially at that time. But literally, a year or so later, we're in the Attitude Era. It's amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely amazing. The difference between, like, 96, early 96, and the end of 97. It's amazing. Amazing. So the lesson we've learnt there is never give up on your dreams. Never give up on your dreams, because good things could be just around the corner. And wrestling taught us that. And also that meme taught us that as well. More the meme, actually. Ludvig going for the pin on Xavier. 95 gave us King Mabel, said David, when Undertaker and Shawn were in the final 8 of the tournament. The match became official during the commercial break, said Roddy. Yep, we are underway with Xavier against Ludvig. I think we knew this match would be official. We'd written it down. But what we don't know is how you lot are going to score it. That's what we don't know. And we will find out as soon as it reaches its conclusion. Also, will Ludvig put Xavier away? Erasure Mind said, what's wrong with TL Hopper and Freddie Joe Floyd? Oof. I mean, honestly, I was young, so to me, I loved that period. You know, when you're a kid, I think, to be honest, this is why every show will get, regardless of what's on the show, regardless of what matches just happened, you will always get someone voting it's an all-time match or an all-time show. Because I do think we have kids watching us. And to be perfectly honest, I do remember, it was a long time ago, but I do remember watching this as a kid. And when you watch it as a kid, everything is amazing. Everything is brilliant. Nothing is bad. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is boring. Nothing is repetitive. Everything is just, oh my god, why can't Raw be 7 hours long? Why can't SmackDown be 20 hours long? Why can't I watch wrestling 24 hours a day? And some people like James Chadwick still feel that way, but I think as you get older, like, you know, you do start to find the stuff you like, and you start to understand the things that don't appeal as much, and then you can start to be a bit more analytical, a bit more critical, constructively, hopefully. But yeah, you know, when you're a kid, absolutely everything's brilliant. And so for me in 93, 94, 95, loved it. That's why I've got such a fondness for that period, because maybe if you'd started watching in the 80s, that period would be a real downer, you know? That period of WrestleMania 9 and TL Hoppers and Friar Fergusons and Mantars and all these people. Bastion Boogers. Duke the Dumpster Drozes. Like, you know, you could look at that period and be really down on it, and I would totally understand. But to me, it's the period I got into wrestling, and everything was amazing. Everything was brilliant. I loved it all. So I'm quite fortunate, I think, to get into it at that time, because that was probably a time where it was struggling a bit, and I've got an appreciation for that. And then the other periods that were awesome anyway, of course, I love them as well. So I just, you know, I was quite fortunate to get into it, I think, when I did. Right, we've gone back to commercial break. I can tell you Xavier has just gone into the ring post, and Ludvig hit a drop kick. Xavier spilled to the outside. We are at commercial break, and we are just 10 minutes away from halftime scores. 10 minutes away from halftime scores. David said, once all your credit cards start to get declined, you realize that you're watching too much wrestling. AF Chris said, I feel like WWE is very heel heavy at the moment. Aubrey said, James Chadwick has a terrible wrestling addiction. He needs rehab. He does. He does. We should help him. There needs to be an intervention for James. James said, Aubrey, you're not that wrong. Matt said, a few months ago, there were reports that Stone Cold could do something at Mania 40. I've not heard anything. What if he's going to be at Mania? What would you have him do? Oh, I would have him at Mania. I wouldn't have him wrestle. I think there is an appeal to him wrestling. I think people want to see him wrestle. But if I'm going to be brutally honest, I'm not in that group, because his match with Kevin Owens was longer than I expected and better presented than I expected. But it was only a main event worthy match because of who Stone Cold was. The actual quality of the match itself didn't warrant it being the main event. Like, that match was not that great. You know, there was a lot of stalling, there was a lot of time killing, there was a lot of just drinking beers on the commentary table, driving a little car up the entrance ramp, coming back down again. Lots of just, you know, let's do this. I mean, I'm not down on it, because it was amazing to see Stone Cold in the main event of WrestleMania, having one more match, right? But I've seen it. I've seen it. That it was what it was. It was special. People loved it. We got more than we expected. But I've seen it, and it was what it was, right? I'm not trying to be like super down on it because it's Stone Cold. Everyone loves Stone Colds, but I just think I'm gonna really struggle to make a campaign that we should see another Stone Cold match, because I think the truth is he was very restricted towards the end of his career, and only getting worse with his injuries. You know, his movement was a bit labored, and I think, like, you know, he ended up having to retire early, and you know, then he's been away for so long. I mean, it's crazy that he was able to deliver what he delivered. So I don't want to paint the wrong picture and paint that I'm really down on it or anything like this, but I'm not interested in seeing a Stone Cold match at WrestleMania 40. We have got so many great wrestlers right now. We got CM Punk, we got Cody, we got Gunther, we got Rhea Ripley, we got Bayley. You know, we got Judgment Day. You know, I'd love to see R-Truth get a match at WrestleMania more than Stone Cold. R-Truth is so entertaining right now. I'd love for him to get an entrance at WrestleMania and actually get to come down to the ring and have like 80-odd thousand people going crazy for R-Truth. Like, let's go, man. There's so much good stuff going on in wrestling right now. I'm definitely more for that. So what would I do? He could host it. He could be in the opening segment. He could be guest timekeeper for the main event. You know, he could get involved in making sure that Solo or someone doesn't interfere. You know, Stone Cold could help get rid of the bloodline, which just means it's just Roman and Cody, or if it is to be that match, you know. There's so much stuff, backstage stuff, so much stuff that he could do. He could accompany someone down to the ring. You know, he could be in the corner of someone that needs that little extra boost, that bit of star power. You know, imagine Stone Cold saying that he's seen someone that he really believes in, and he wants to be in their corner for WrestleMania. What a boost that would be for someone. What an amazing endorsement that would be. You know, for me, this is a much better way of using him in 2024. So Xavier grabs the chair and he uses the chair and gets disqualified. There's blood in the mouth of Xavier. So Xavier uses the chair and gets DQ'd. He snapped. Oh, kick there by Ludvig. The chair goes in the face of Xavier. Damn, man. Damn. He must have really felt that. Let's get people's thoughts. Kaiser is we want tables is the chant. This crowd should be chanting Big E. They shouldn't be chanting for tables. Kofi's been destroyed. Now Xavier's being destroyed. Xavier, though, manages to get out the way. Xavier gets up as Ludvig run round the outside. Double stomp there by Xavier. Xavier grabbing the ring steps. He's going to look to drive the ring steps into Ludvig. Ludvig moves out the way. Ludvig on the commentary table. Ludvig jumping into the crowd as Xavier goes after him. So this thing's spilling out into the crowd. Xavier is prevented from going after him, though. Tell you what, I don't know that we've ever really seen that from Xavier Woods. That's a side of Xavier Woods that we really just don't ever get to see. This is Xavier Woods with blood in his mouth. Just absolutely overcome with anger and frustration and rage. Interesting. Maybe it will lead to a tables, chairs, stairs match, said Roddy. Yeah, good shout. We saw stairs being used. We saw chairs being used. Okay, here we are. Is this Big Bronson Reed? It is. There's a man right now who holds a championship. Is this a message to Gunther? Or Seth? Big Bronson Reed is warning someone. Is he warning Seth? Do you reckon, could Seth win and then Big Bronson Reed come out and confront him after tonight? There is a man who's got a championship who doesn't realize it belongs to Big Bronson Reed. Well, Gunther's already been and gone unless he's going to confront him backstage. It makes me think Seth. New Day return unconfirmed, said Defcon Prime. Should put Reed in the New Testament. The final testament. I get what you mean. Defcon said, does Judgment Day use the Freebird rule? They have done, but I don't think they tend to. I think it's one of those where if they're in a predicament where someone's injured, they can go to Adam Pearce and put it in, but normally, no, it's Finn and Damian that tend to represent the champions. King Yeti said, Ludvig Kaiser with the ruthless aggression. Okay, I think we're up to speed with the super chats. What we might not be up to speed with, though, is the Twitter activity. Oh, hello, what's all this? What's all this? What's going on? What the hell's going on in my timeline? What's the fit for Jinder's World? What's the fit for Jinder's World title? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? What's the fit for Jinder's World title ring? Shaquem said your favorite wrestler. He's not a wrestler. That's not how you spell disgrace. You don't spell the word disgrace with a W. Down since day one-ish agrees. I'm going to agree as well. I hope it's not something bad. What is it? What are we agreeing on? Oh, like the new stage. Oh, I don't agree. I take that back. I don't agree anymore. It's all right. I mean, it's all right for where we are. I don't want it every week, though. Is that it can't be. It does look very Jungle Boy-esque. I don't know. These could be fake pictures, couldn't they? Or maybe they're real pictures. I don't know. Is this James Chadwick? I wasn't expecting community bullying. I like that. I've liked it. What's this? Can't wait to host the Special Olympics. Athlete Cody at the Rumble in a few weeks. Thank you. So Chad's hosting the Special Olympics. I am hands down drawn in. In addition. Okay. Well, Chad says he's opening the Special Olympics. That's cool. And we've got Damian Priest just looking pretty serious. So that's where we are with the stuff that have been tagged in. Right, we are at commercial break. We're about to get back. Halftime scores. Yeah, we'll do them next. I'll tell you what I will do, though. I will end this poll. I don't know. A prequel show for Ted is apparently available to be streamed now, according to Michael Cole. Okay, we're backstage with Byron and with Xavier. Oh, here's Ludvig. Oh, here's Jay. Oh, Jay starting to move into that Intercontinental title picture. Is Jay the one? Is Jay the one? Is Jay the one? I don't feel like Xavier is the one. Is Mr. Yeet the one? He does need a singles title, and he does need to get going as a single star. Could you imagine if he beats Gunther? How would you feel about that? Let's ask the question. Let's ask the question. Do you like Jay beating Gunther? Do you like Jay beating Gunther? How do you feel about it? We don't know that it's going to go that way, but you know, Gunther's back on the show. We're waiting for someone to show themselves. Xavier came out, and I don't feel like he's the one that's going to do it. And now backstage, Jey Uso just shows up. We're just seeing last week, Seth and Jinder. Aubrey said Jay is the one adult man that yeets in a crop top and betrays his own bloodline. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. Jim said, what if it is Jay that defeats Volta? Jim just will not call him Gunther, will he? He won't do it. He will not do it. Jim refuses to do it. Johnny said, the new TED show makes me laugh so hard. I didn't even know there was a new TED show. I like the first film. I mean, it's not a favourite. It's something I watched and enjoyed. I've never gone back to it. I never saw the second film. I heard it wasn't as good. I didn't even know there was a TV show. So I could be tempted to check that out. We're just seeing Jinder and what he means to the Indian people. Some of the reactions to Jinder when he was champion there. Good to see. Austin, shout out to you, buds. Austin said Jay will dethrone Gunther and then go to dethrone Roman Reigns. Yeet. So Austin is yeeting. K-Dub said WWE doing a good lot of teasing. Multiple challengers, so we've got something to talk about instead of an obvious challenger. I dig it. Good point. Yeah. Jay is the only man allowed to yeet. When the other guy yeets, he ends up in jail. Seth Rollins, the working man's champion, taking on the modern day Maharaja. Will it be tonight? Our main event tonight. Let's go. Shush. Shush, please. Shush. Shush, please. Uh-oh, right, we've got Maxine and we've got Akira. Maxine Dupree. Akira Tozawa. Oh, is he taking on Big Bronson Reed? Who's he taking on? Ivar. Right, I think we're about to go to commercial break, which means we will do halftime scores. Akira versus Ivar. Even Maxine's doing the little dance. Oh, NXT tomorrow night. And then TNT Sport cut it off. So I don't know what's happening tomorrow night. Well, I do. We're back with the Wrestling Escape Pods. And we are here for NXT. But I don't know what's happening on the show because TNT Sport just cut off. Right.
Halftime score
tomorrow night.
Everybody, it's the halftime score.
Caribbean call.
I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Oh, I get bored waiting, you know. I need to do a quicker version of that. Yeah, I just saw what James was saying there. He said, I would rather Ilya beat Gunther, but I wouldn't hate Jay doing it. I feel the same. I wouldn't hate Jay doing it. I think there's a reason and value in Jay being the person to get that honor, right, of beating Gunther and getting the Intercontinental Champion and all of that. Like, I get why you would do that, but I agree. I'd rather Ilya doing it. I mean, I think there's something really special about someone that we've just not really seen on the main roster arriving and putting on because Ilya would put on a banging match and being the one to be. I mean, God, just what a message that sends. What a, just imagine those casuals that are like, who's this guy? Imagine seeing Ilya for the first time when you've never seen him before. Oh, God. And he beats Gunther for the Intercontinental on like his first day on the show. Oh my God. I really do like the idea of Gunther being Intercontinental champ till just after Mania, Raw after Mania. And that's when we bring Ilya up. That's in my head now. I like that. Gunther, I'm not crazy about Gunther's reign going on and on and on because we've got to beat this record eventually. But just for this story, I think him just, Ilya coming up, that Raw after WrestleMania being made to feel special again. I really want that. I miss Raw after WrestleManias. We still get them, but they've just not been anywhere near as big as they used to be for like 3 or 4 years now. It's been a long time. We could do some real shocking stuff. And Caribbean Cool said, how would you feel if Priest cashes in on Gunther? Hate it. Hate it. No. That way, Priest does not fail completely, gets the IC title without him really losing. Not a fan. If you've got the money in the bank and you can cash in for a world title and you cash in on a mid-card belt, that's an L. In my eyes, that's an L. You had the opportunity to be a world champion. And instead, you went for a mid-card belt. A mid-card belt, which you should be able to get at some point anyway. Even if he can't get his hands on the one that Gunther's got, he should be able to go and get the United States title. If he eventually, we know how these people move brands and, people don't carry titles forever. So him cashing in on a mid-card belt, I just can't. The winner of Money in the Bank cashing in on mid-card titles, just, I hate it. I hated it when Theory did it. So, yeah, not for me personally. I would much rather, surprisingly, I would rather see him shoot his shot and fail. I would much rather see him go in for that world title and fail him than him go for a mid-card belt, which I think he could get anyway. And actually, has he not already been like a US champion? He might have already been a mid-card champion. He might not have had the US title, but he might have already been a mid-card champion. Let me have a look. I'm going to Google search it now. So in my head says he might have already won the US title. Yeah, one-time United States champion. So he's already had a mid-card belt. I know the Intercontinental is different to the United States, but it's still a mid-card. This is his opportunity to get to that next level. This is the golden key. He may never win a Rumble. He may never win a Royal Rumble. And, it's going to be difficult to get yourself into a title opportunity. So this is a golden opportunity to win a world title. So not for me, but doesn't mean WWE won't do it. Smack Up Zone gives it a 6. Legend Killer said 7.5. Brony with a 6. Marty with a 6. Draco with a 6. MJ with a 6. Ryan with a 7. Virus with a 6. Mr. Unfamiliar said 5.5. Ryan with a 7. Not JPEG with a 6. Guy with a 7. Callum with a 6. Seth freaking Rollins with a 6. 6 for Brony, 6.5 for George Vlogs, 8 for Greg, 6.5 for Triton. Blip said 6, CJ said 6.5, Steven said 6, Larry said 6, Dave said 7, Tingling said 6, Brony said 6, Richard said 6.75, Kieran said 7, LS, that is correct. I don't know, I just said that without even reading it. That you should feel special, Alistair. I said it without even thinking. That means now that if ever I hear the word L, S dub is what I think immediately. I've said it so many times. Alistair's been with us for a long time now. but I didn't know his score, and he gave it a 6.25. IFAL said 5. Sean said 7.5. That was trippy. I said it without even thinking about it, and then my head had to go, is that correct? Is that what the name actually is? And it was. No, I've been streaming too long. That's a bad sign. I need to go and touch grass. I need to go and touch some grass, guys. I don't know if that says more about me or more about LS Dub, actually. I'm not sure. I think it says that both of us spend too long here, so maybe both of us need to leave. Right, we've got Akira ripping off the shirt. Oh, man, he's all kinds of fired up. Going against the ropes, gets picked up. No! Slammed down by Ivar. Look at Maxine. She's like, oh, he's deaded. He's done. This ain't going to take long. This ain't going to take long. So, would you be happy with JB and Gunther? We've had over 250 votes. We're basically the same as Cage Match. And it said yes, 71%. Oh, hello. Look at Maxine. Just a bit of... Wade Barrett said, who would not be distracted? Where's Valhalla? Why is she not dealing with that distraction? 1, 2... Oh, Akira gets it! Tozawa with the win! Oh my god, Valhalla needs to have a word with Ivar. Oh yeah, now Valhalla going straight after this minx. This distraction. Valhalla going after Maxine. Mess her up, Valhalla! She's trying to use her womanly charms. Fish up. She's got Maxine up. She pushes her against the ropes. Picks her up. Headbutt. Maxine goes out the ring. Drop kick there by Valhalla. Oh, mess her up. This temptress. Disgusting. So Akira Tozawa just beat Ivar. Ivar going up top. Moonsaults and lands onto Akira. Crowd are booing. Was it worth it? I mean, you got to say credit to Akira. He capitalized on the distraction, but unbelievable. Is that how they? Is that what they teach in Alpha Academy? Do you know what? Chad Gable should be upset with that. In all fairness, that cannot be in line with the textbooks at Alpha Academy. I can't imagine like lesson number 3 in their training courses. If things aren't going well, make sure you've got a girl with her booty out to distract the opponent. I think it just brings the whole Alpha Academy into question. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Who are the real heels? Who are the faces? Who are the heels? What even is wrestling anymore? Just hashtag justice. Justice for Ivar. He's just a red-blooded male. He's just a simple red-blooded male, easily distracted by booty cheeks. I feel sorry for him. We are seeing earlier tonight Cody and Drew. Days, with this Imperium New Day feud, would you like it if Big E was able to return and be the one to beat Gunther? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I do like Ilya doing it, or Johnny Gargano, or something like that. Ah, there we go. We're just seeing the CM Punk message. Yeah, I do like it, but I think he's been away for so long. For him to come back and get a moment like that would just be magical, you know? So even though there's others I would normally put ahead of him, because he's been a former champion, so you look at it and go, oh, he doesn't need it. But he's been gone for nearly 2 years. So for him to come back and get revenge on his friends and take away from Gunther the thing that matters most to him, you go, yeah, that would be cool. And then it frees Gunther up to go after the main title. I really think that beating Gunther matters. I mean, I understand the argument, like maybe no one should beat Gunther. I do understand that because Gunther can go on to something bigger and remain undefeated. So I do understand that. But I just think there's probably an argument for him to pass the torch before he moves up. Like, he could lose the IC title. Yeah, okay, he gets a loss. But he moves up for the world title, and I'm fairly confident he'll win that world title quite quickly. I don't think he's going to suffer from that loss for long. You know, I could see him losing it and then going on to win the world title, like, all within the space of a few months. And then all of a sudden, that Intercontinental loss doesn't mean anything. It's irrelevant because now he's a world champion. So I think you only take the IC title off him once you are ready for him to be in the mix for the world title. So, but yeah, there's different schools of thought on that. I could understand people saying, no, he should definitely not lose. Just have him relinquish that. I could understand that argument. I could understand it. But to answer the question, would I mind Big E winning? No, I think you'd have to have a pretty cold heart to mind Big E winning because of everything he's been through and had 2 years of his career robbed away from him. I think him coming back and getting a moment like that, I think that'd be quite nice. That's what she said. Said, I can't believe it's already been 2 months. That's what she said. That's what she said. So that's what she said. Shout out to you, my friend. UFC 2 title fights on Saturday, said David. I've not watched UFC in a long time. There's no big news champs anymore. That is a consensus. Yeah, there is that feeling that it's not quite what it was. But listen, this weekend's still going to be a lot of fun. And you know what? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Not this. Not him. Trending right now. Big E. What are they saying? I hope this Imperium New Day feud leads to a match between Gunther and a returning Big E, said Elite Rockers 10 minutes ago. Gunther in the Rumble. Maybe a Big E return. Gunther, Big E at WrestleMania. Oh, is that Big E himself? Oh, no, that's not the Big E. I don't remember that. From the Thunderdome. Interview. That's an interesting way to present an interview thing. I'd love for this to result in Big E. Big E's return is going to hit like crack. If this all leads to Big E coming back and taking Gunther's title, right? I mean, I can't be the only person who is just praying and waiting for that to happen, right? Says Alex. Yeah, again, I think our conversation's kind of in line with where social media is. This is the best Universal Champion tier list. Okay. James? Okay. That's lovely. I wish the wrestling world really was like that. I wish that Triple H and Tony Khan did manage to recreate this image. Special thank you to Chris Pierce for Ain't No Better Time. Chris, thank you. Thank you. There ain't no better time than right now to say thank you to Chris Pierce. Right, we are just seeing outside the Simons Bank Arena. Okay. We're backstage with Alpha Academy. Valhalla will pay for this, says Ivy. Chad is proud of Akira. So Chad wants Ivar. Well, I'm just disappointed that that is the kind of thing that Chad wants to support, to be honest. They don't teach that at Days Academy, let me tell you. Here's Rhea Ripley. She doesn't have to use her womanly charms to get anywhere. She could. But she doesn't have to. Let's end the poll for that match. Akira against Ivar. 52% of people said it was good. 17% said it was bad. 16% said it was great. And 13% of people thought it was an all-time. Thought it was maybe the best match we will see on this show. Here is Rippers. We eat, sleep, dream, and something, something, something. Do we know? Oh, she's building to a match with Nia, isn't she? So I'm guessing we're going to get Nia in this. So, Rhea in the ring. I love the Creed, said Austin. They're my favorite tag team right now. I can't wait till they're tag team champions. Yeah, that's never happening. They suck. No, I'm joking. They're really good. Mommy chance. Mommy chance. I am sick and tired of people like Nia Jax running their mouths. Sick and tired. Of people running their mouths. This is my division. Take this as a warning. She got a little stuck there momentarily, didn't she, in her promo? I think she just had a moment where she sort of blanked, maybe. Ah. So she said, if you want to waste your WrestleMania, then choose me. And, well, here's big time. Becky has come out. I thought Nia was going to come out. But here is the man. You can tell it's WrestleMania season. Don't you dare tell me it's not WrestleMania season. Don't you dare. It's not WrestleMania season until after the Rumble. Shut up. Look at this. We're about to get Becky Lynch face to face with Rhea Ripley. This is absolutely the match I'm expecting for WrestleMania. Next week, we've got CM Punk face-to-face with Cody. That's going to cook. We've already had The Rock saying he wants to sit at the head of the table. I mean, oh my God. WrestleMania season started the second CM Punk returned. Right, Rhea in the ring. Looking at the man. Those are some serious heels that Rhea's wearing. Becky chants from the fans. So, two very different people, but two very similar stories. Two people from foreign lands. One of us went on to win the main event of WrestleMania. The other did not. I don't like this pacing around. What are we doing? Stand still. Why are they circling around like this? Feel like they're on some sort of platform. Where's Kevin Dunn? Tell him to stop. Oh, I feel sick. Oh my god, why are we walking around in circles? It's like they're doing a promo in a playground on a roundabout, and someone's pushing them. They're kind of like walking around. Stand still. Becky says, "I think you might be better than me." Yeah, I think she is as well. But I need to prove that you're not. It's a good line, that. I think you might be better than me. Mommy versus the man. I love that line from Becky. I think you might be better than me. I need to prove you're not. There's only one other person that wants you to win the Rumble more than you, and that's me. So, Rhea wants the match. We're so getting that match. It's happening. Michael Cole said there's a long way to go. The seeds have been planted. Becky has said she's worried Rhea might be better than her. She needs to prove she isn't. Austin said Omos is winning the men's Rumble. Big Time said it's possible tonight's Raw does a 1.1, 1.2. It might be a massacre. But they're going to make sure the lifeless animal that is Raw is out of its misery. Has this been that bad of a show? What? Seth's here. He says, "Oh, Little Rock." Oh, yeah, he's got his new shirt on as well. Becky will put Rhea over, said Zoom Station. All aboard the Becky go round. The Becky go round. Oh my god, that's so good. Smurfy, you need to tweet that out. The Becky go. I feel sick. Oh, gee, I can only imagine that's what it's like if you're a parent and you watch your kid on one of those things going round and round and round and round and round and round, and you're like, oh my god. Oh, just stand still, would you? The Becky go round. I'm a fighting champ, said Seth. A workhorse champ. This isn't the same Jinder I beat. This Jinder is a former champ. This is a deserving Jinder Mahal. I love that. This is a deserving Jinder Mahal. Tony Khan. I bet right now that clip is being tweeted and tagged to Tony Khan. Seth Rollins said this is a deserving Jinder Mahal. Jackie Redmond has got that Michael Jackson face going. Oh, I can see a little bit of Michael Jackson in there, actually. He's alive. He's alive. Amazing. Right, here we go. We've got Miz making his way down to the ring. Now, don't forget, Damian told R-Truth, don't get tagged in. Boom. Seth is more Jared Leto. Seth's promos are getting real tired, said AF Chris. Baka said, Becky beats Rhea at Mania. What's your thoughts? Well, I think Rhea would go in as favourite. I think that Becky is already a very successful champ. I feel like Rhea is just starting out on her journey. I mean, she's been on the main roster a good few years now. She's been champ for a while, but you know, she's not a multiple-time champion that's main evented WrestleMania and achieved all this stuff. Like, she is building her legacy, so for her to have a win over Becky at WrestleMania would be a big deal, would solidify and cement Rhea even more than she is. You know, you don't really get elevated if you beat the likes of Ivy Nile and, you know, Xia Li and Shotzi, and you know, the wins that matter are the ones that come against that top tier talent. You know, can you beat a Bianca? Can you beat an Asuka? Can you beat a Charlotte? This is what, you know, this is what grows your legacy. So I feel like Rhea wins, unless they have Becky win and then Rhea gets it back at SummerSlam and we do, like, you know, a feud. So they go one win each type situation. They could potentially do something like that. I would say it's not impossible Becky winning. If it's a one-off match, I think Rhea wins. But if it's going to be, you know, it's going to run over the summer as a feud, Becky could win at Mania and then Rhea get it back further down the road. Get it back at SummerSlam. But if I was a betting man, I'd put my money on Rhea Ripley. Punk and Cody next week, said K-Dub. Looking back a few years ago, who would have thought? Wrestling is so crazy. I love it, says K-Dub. David said, if a general manager makes a match on his own, why does he need a contract signing? I wonder if there is a difference between making a match on Raw and SmackDown and making a match at a premium live event. You tend to see contract signings for premium live events. You don't tend to see them so much. I'm sure they have happened, but you don't tend to see them so much being made for other Raws and SmackDown matches. You tend to do contract signings for premium live events. So I would say, is there something in the contract which says you basically do what you're told when it comes to the TV ones, but we have to, you know, reach agreements for premium live events? Could it be something like that? That is my current theory, which I think may be debunked with a bit of research, but I'm standing by it right now. Nita Nitro said, Becky's book is out the week before Mania. Think of the press. Do they put the belt on her for this reason? Nah, I don't think they're connected. I think if it's out the week before Mania, I think there's a good chance that she'll be at Mania so that they can, you know, further promote that. But I don't think that would change my mind as to which way they would go with the winner. A book being out, you know. But it's an interesting thing to consider. Another thing we need to consider is Twitter. Last time we were over there, we got the beautiful image of Triple H and Tony Khan. What does WWE go? Hearing is real. Poor 28 other guys. See you in the Rumble. Ain't no way Punk just posted this. Hearing... Oh, man, if what I'm hearing is real, poor 28 other guys. See you in the Rumble, Gunther. He didn't announce for the Rumble, did he? I tell you what, he's quite active tonight, isn't he? CM Punk. The most watched television networks ranked winners and losers. That'll be interesting. I'll have a look back at that in a bit. Becky defeats Rhea with the most devastating move, the Becky go round. Oh, it's such a good tweet. That is so good. I'm even going to comment laughing faces on it. I love it. Smurfy, I've retweeted it. But you deserve love for that tweet. The Becky go round. And you've added a picture as well. Right, here come Damian and Finn. This is going to be R-Truth and The Miz versus Finn and Damian. I've already put it on screen. I'm so well prepared this week. R-Truth's in the background of the Judgment Day. He didn't come out with The Miz. Oh, that's brilliant. R-Truth comes out with Judgment Day in the background. You just don't know what he's got, do you? I mean, earlier today, R-Truth puts in celebrate, like he jumps in the ring. He's standing behind... Guys, live, laugh, love. Live, laugh, and love. Oh, he's so confused. Judgment Day needs R-Truth, says the sign. R-Truth giving Miz a hug. One minute. He's going into his pocket. Oh, he's dropped a load of money. I think, is this the money that he's meant to give to, like, Finn Balor? He's trying to scoop up so there's money all in the ring right now. He's giving it to Finn. Here, take this. Have you got any pockets? Pop it in your pocket, mate. This is your cut of the show. Look at Archie. He's like the $1 million man. He's just chucking money around. Miz can't figure out what's going on. Look, he's scooped some up. He's giving it to Dominic. Here you go, mate. Like, Dominic's like, oh, thank you. Yeah, you're... JD's like, where's mine? And R-Truth's like, you've got to be a member. He's not giving any to JD McDonough. The money's still on the floor. They're just picking it up at the moment. It's still over there, look. You can't tag me in. R-Truth says to Miz, they've told me you can't tag me in. Miz is like, but we're the awesome truth. Ah, so good. So Miz is getting out the ring. So R-Truth's been told he can't tag in, so he's ended up starting the match. So, I mean, technically, he's not been tagged in. R-Truth trying to get out of the way as Finn throws in a kick. R-Truth going over to the other side. He throws in a kick. Finn, oh, lovely. Oh, shot there by R-Truth. And he's like, oh, should I have done that? I'm sorry, Finn. I'm sorry. He looks over at Damian. Finn Balor goes down. Stomped there by Finn. Finn stomping away on R-Truth. R-Truth rolls to the outside. R-Truth's so confused. And we go to commercial break. R-Truth is so funny, said Legend Kill. He's brilliant, and he's just the gift that keeps on giving. WrestleMania said Rhea and Damian versus Becky and Seth. Wow. Wow. That's a good shout. That's a fun one. How many matches confirmed for the Rumble? I only count 4. Yeah, I mean, there really might not be many. We don't tend to get many because the 2 Rumble matches take about an hour. So we don't need a big undercard. Check that tweet I tagged you in. The most watched networks. You looked at the 2022 version when seeing the CW placement. The new one has just come out and CW has dropped. Yeah, it definitely would have been the 2022 one. This one wouldn't have been around. So this is the ranking of the most watched networks. Where was it? Was it 20 something before? 20 something before. Now it's I think it was like 22nd. Now it's 28th. I can't remember what it was though. I remember us talking about the network, saying that it was lower than USA Network, and it still is. USA Network is the 19th most watched network, and CW is the 28th. So I remember it being below the USA Network, and I remember people saying that it's a sleeping giant. It lost a lot of shows recently, so I'd have to go back and look at the old one though. In my mind, I think it was like 22. Now it's dropped to maybe 28. There's USA Network. Where's Fox? Oof. I mean, that's why your SmackDown ratings are so good. So you got Fox at number 4. It shows where USA Network are. Hey, look at this. TBS and TNT are more watched than USA Network. So that would mean that AEW on these 2 networks, you know, if it was a hot product, a WWE product, you know, should they be getting ratings better than what Raw gets? You know, Raw's doing 1415 on USA, but apparently TBS TNT is a more viewed network. I mean, it's not as easy as that because maybe it's only certain days and stuff like that. I can't believe how well the Food Network does, man. I don't feel like anyone watches that in this country. Well, I'm sure someone does, but I'm surprised CNN is as low as what it is. I thought CNN was better than that, actually. Fox News at 5, ESPN at 6. Yeah, I don't really know these. These are the American networks that I just don't really know what they mean. NBC, CBS, ABC, YMCA. Ion? What the hell's Ion? Ion? MSNBC. Is that like financial stuff? I think that's financial stuff. Look at the Hallmark Channel. What are you lot doing in America? The flipping Hallmark Channel? How is that more viewed than like USA and, I don't know, CNN I've heard of? A&E I've heard of as well. A&E. FX down here, that's the Disney one, isn't it? Paramount Network, ESPN2, Fox Sports 1, MTV is low, isn't it? That's low. E down it. Nickelodeon! Oh, come on! Are you telling me you lot aren't watching Doug and Hey Arnold? Moesha. Keenan and Kel, sister, what's going on? VH1? Cartoon Network down here. Flipping disgrace, you lot have got your priorities wrong. Need to have a word with yourselves. Up here watching the flipping Hallmark Channel. And Eon that I've never even heard of. Food Network. Watching that over Nickelodeon. What else we got? Viceland. Court TV is 111th. Outdoor channel? The Cowboy channel? Wow. The lowest watch channel is Be In Sport. Hogardy HGTV. These are the lowest ones. It's really interesting. I wish they had the oh, they do. I was just about to say, I wish they had last year's. They do. I can tell you that Miz is in the ring now. We are back. So, yeah, well, there we go. I thought it was, this is 2022, right? So this is the year before, and CW was 25. So it's gone from 25 to 28. USA Network was 20th. I think that might have gone up to 19th. So CW dropped a couple of places. This all looks about the same, doesn't it, up here? Was Nickelodeon still like 60th? Where's Nickelodeon? No, Nickelodeon's fallen, man. Nickelodeon's fallen hard. Hard times. Hard times for Nickelodeon. Okay, R-Truth in the ring. He nails JD. That doesn't matter. He's not really a part of Judgment Day. R-Truth is standing behind Damian Priest. He went to hit Priest. What happened to this? Roll up by Finn. Oh. Kick there by R-Truth. Oh. Damian grabs R-Truth and chokeslams R-Truth down. One, two, three. It's a win for Finn and Damian. He was struggling to get it, wasn't it? He was struggling to understand what he was meant to be doing. There was a moment there where it looked like he was about to hit Damian Priest. So, Judgment Day beats the Awesome Truth. There we go. Why, Truth? Why? Said K-Dub. Let him in said, those Nickelodeon shows don't play anymore. Nickelodeon shows today are garbage. What's on Nickelodeon today? I've probably not heard of any of them. Ah, the modern day Maharaja. Come on, Jinder. Jinder, 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 Jinder. Let's go. Let's go. Absolute clarity for the modern day Maharaja. A 7-year drought. The most talked about star of 2024. My focus is singular. Let's go. Let's go. Everyone is unified. The modern day. Oh, Russia. Let's go. K-Dub, the best Disney show ever. The only thing worth watching on Nickelodeon, SpongeBob. Do you know what? I'm just looking at their shows now, and you're right, I don't know them. There's actually a couple that look interesting. Shaina Baszler coming out. She's in a tag team with Zoe. Is that a new theme for her? Okay, well, she's coming out with Zoe. Did they announce this match? Who are they facing? Do we know who they're facing? Shaina, Zoe, I have no idea who they're facing. They already beat Natalya and Tegan last week, did they not? So it's not, unless we're doing a rematch. Yeah, a rematch. They did beat them last week, didn't they? I didn't dream that. They did beat them last week. I remember Natalya being really annoyed, frustrated that they had lost. We just meant to not remember what happened last week. I don't know what's going on. Don't ask questions! Anyway, I was looking at Nickelodeon. So, did you know, look, the Patrick Star Show? Did you know Patrick from SpongeBob's got his own show? Patrick hosts a fun variety program. I didn't know this. And this Tyler Perry's young Dylan. Dylan is a young hip-hop star. Getting like a bit of a young Fresh Prince of Bel-Air type vibe from that show. That's no bad thing. So that young Dylan thing looks okay from the image. I mean, it could be a bit Fresh Prince. And Patrick Star Show, that might be all right. I don't know about this Danger Force. Looks like a poor man's... God only knows. Power Rangers or something? I don't know. Learn about the world. Education. And what the hell's Big Nate? How's that? Looks scary. So I'm not sure about any of these things. And Monster High, I think that's for girls, is it? Don't know. Where's shows? Let's go to the home. Is that it? Is this it? Is this all that's on Nickelodeon's website? You'd think it'd be more exciting than this. Am I on the wrong site, maybe? Nick.com? Just takes me to nick.co.uk. Nickelodeon. Nick.com. Nick Adventure. Nick.com Games. I think if I click on that, it just takes me to the UK site anyway, so... Yeah, there's not... How to get Nick. Anti-slavery. What? What's this about? Don't expect that on Nickelodeon, do you? I mean, I am also for anti-slavery, but you don't quite expect to stumble across that. Regulators, terms of use, global tax policy, anti-slavery? How to get Nickelodeon? Oh, I wasn't expecting that. But, I mean, fair play, you know. I haven't got any arguments with it. But yeah, I don't know. That's it. It's a very uninspiring website, but I'm probably on the wrong site. But if I try to go to nick.com, it just takes me to nick.co.uk. And that's about as exciting as that gets. Do you know what? They deserve to be 60th. If that's as good as the website gets. Joke's on them. I put a screw in the tuna. I put a screw in the tuna. I put a screw in the tuna. Oh man, I love that scene. I went to Nick Studios when I was young, because Nick Studios used to be at Universal Studios in Florida. So in '97, I went with my family to Florida, first time, family holiday, once in a lifetime job thing, and did Disney and Universal, right, and all this stuff. And so we fortunately got to go to Nick Studios, and I saw Keenan and Kel's set. Like, you did the tour and you could see the set, and it was all set up, like the living room and everything. It was amazing. And they showed a clip from the show, and of course that's the clip they showed. The screw in the tuna clip is goated. You didn't ever watch kids TV if you never saw that clip. Oh, that's good. That's good. We'll show that in a second. You should keep an eye open, Cody. Because our story doesn't end until I say it. Do it, Shinsuke, by the way. Shinsuke Nakamura. Now I turn my hunger towards the Rumble. I got something good to show you in a sec. A hungry Shinsuke is a dangerous Shinsuke. 29 other men, all hoping to make it to the top. 29 other men, I will feast on their dreams. So Shinsuke is going to be in the Rumble. Tegan and Natalia is going to be our next match. So yeah, what I was about to show you is what I got tagged in by Smurfy Toons. So look at this. I missed this. The CGI had R-Truth added to it. Live, laugh, love. So there's an image from the CGI WrestleOps getting a screenshot 18 minutes ago and tweeting that out. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Smurfy, I will definitely add that to the unseen video. Yeah, Mr. Unfamiliar tagging me in the same thing. After we defend our titles on Friday, let's see how dangerous you are. Here's how we got this match. Why wait for next week? We're ready, you're ready. Okay, but that's how this match came about then. They basically just confronted them and said, oh, if you think beating us is that easy, how about you do it again? Okay, so we are underway. This, I'm guessing, is going to be our co-main. Tegan just got her bell rung right at the start of this one. Yeah, that's great. That is great about the CGI. Shout out to Mr. Unfamiliar. Shout out to Smurfy for tagging us in that. Brilliant. Right. Stella said, Days, do you think the bigger opportunity for Jinder tonight, rather than winning the title, is how he keeps the crowd engaged and maintaining the energy he's got from the audience now? I think that's a brilliant comment. I think that's brilliant. I think that's a brilliant comment. Is that the bigger prize? Actually, I think it is. What's bigger than winning a championship? It's gotta be respect from the audience. You know, Jinder, it's funny, isn't it? Because Jinder won a world title, but so many people don't rate him. So many people think he's a joke. So what's bigger for him tonight? To win a title again? A world title again? Or to actually show that he is not a joke and show that he does belong in WWE and should be around title pictures and should get more respect than what he receives. Yeah, that has to be bigger than the title. The respect from the audience has to be bigger than just another world title. So yeah, I think the job he's got tonight is not necessarily to win the title, although of course he would love to, but it is, you're right, to put a match on that really grabs people's attention. I said before the stream started, I think by the end of this stream, I'm expecting people to say, do you know what, fair play to Jinder, that was a really good match, or fair play, like I wasn't expecting that from him. I'm expecting him to change some perceptions, and I really hope he does it. I really hope he does it. I think the disaster is that he just confirms people's beliefs. The disaster would be that he has a match which doesn't grab people's attention, does not entertain them, and is a bit cold, and then people will be like, see, rubbish, he should never have been in this position. That'd be the worst thing for him. So yeah, I think I love that comment, and I think you're absolutely right. Stellar spectacles. I think the bigger prize for him is not actually winning the title, it's changing perceptions. James said Nakamura and Cody will finish their story inside Hell in a Cell. Kervin said Live, Laugh, Love is so badass. Anthony said Jinder is going to win the title, and then Damian is going to cash in his Money in the Bank to win the title. People are saying Live, Laugh, Love. They love it. Bring back the Jumping Bomb Angels. Yes. Let's do it. They would beat any of these teams. Yep. Natalia screaming out. Back elbow there by Zoe. Grabbing the leg of Zoe, taking Zoe down. Natalia trying to get a sharpshooter applied. No joy. Tag. Shaina has tagged herself in. Zoe against the ropes. Clothesline. Oh, Zoe gets caught on the rope. Zoe gets caught on the rope. Tegan goes down. Oh, kick there by Tegan to kick out by Shaina. Crowd are a bit cold for this. Tag. In comes Natalia. Tegan went against the ropes, but Zoe grabs her. Super kick. Tegan goes down. Forearm strike there by Natalia, and oh, she rolled through though. 1, 2, shoulder up. Chokes in. Rhea naked. Rhea naked. Chokes applied on Natalia. Natalia's struggling, and she taps. It's a win for Shaina and Zoe. So, another match in the book. All time. Great. Right, I've got a feeling this is a smarky crowd. Seth Jinder match should be good, said Stand and Fight. Big Time said, imagine the quarter hour for this women's tag match this late into the show against a big game. It's gonna die. Real bad call by Triple H. Well, I don't know, to be honest, because he's got Jinder and Seth, hasn't he? I mean, that's the main event, and that's, because of Tony's comments, a pretty hyped main event. It's for the world title, so I don't think it really matters what you put before it. People aren't really tuning in for anything that's happening in that co-main event spot, are they? They're tuning in for this next match. The main event, Seth Rollins against Jinder Mahal. Can Jinder do it? Are we about to get a new champion? I really don't think people would have thought that it would happen if it wasn't for Tony Khan's comments. Tony Khan, I think, has gifted Raw extra views. I think he has absolutely gifted them extra views. Here is the modern day Maharaja. Come on, Jinder! Hometown, Punjab, India. He is not alone. Indonesia are making their way down to the ring. Is this gonna change the game for the modern day Maharaja? Jinder, 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 Jinder. Come on, Jinder! Oh my God, I've never felt so Indian. This is the most Indian I've ever felt. I am just moments away from breaking into Bhangra, let me tell you. Oh my God. I love Bollywood films. I love them. I've never seen any, but I'm sure they're great. Come on, Jinder. Ah. Oh my God. That trio could dominate if they were booked that way, said Austin. Via is here. Oh, it's got a big match feel, man. It has got a big match feel. Because of what's gone on and all the chatter and all the talk, and it's not just because it's for the title. It was an absolute gift. It was a gift from Tony Khan. If you're watching the football, you are going to want to know what's happened tonight with this match. If you've got a passing interest in WWE, or just even a passing interest in wrestling, like, did they put the title on him? What did they do? What did they do? What did they decide to do? Oh, bring back the Singh brothers. Time for Jinder to get the heavyweight title, said Johnny. Jinder, Jinder, Jinder. I need that, in this house, we support Jinder. When people tweet that out. I don't know how you make that. It's got to be a copy and paste job. I mean, it looks so complicated. But that's what I need to tweet out. In this house, we support Jinder Mahal. So that last match, 14% of people thought it was all-time, 44% thought it was good, 30% thought it was nah, and 11% thought it was great. Great. So, thank you. Main event time coming up. We don't have loads of time, but we do have a little bit of time. Is there enough time to cook? Is there enough time for a new champion? Come on, Jinder. Come on, Jinder. We never expected CM Punk to return after nearly 10 years of him being away. He finally comes home. His words. What about another Jinder World title? All within a space of a month or so within each other. Imagine. Wow. Wow. CM Punk comes back. Jinder Mahal is world champion. It's mental, innit? Mental. Jinder, 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 Jinder. Smurfy found a sign. Eva Marie is worse than Taco Bell. Is this the best fan sign ever? Yes. And it's me that's holding it. What? They're showing Cody's story during commercial break? Huh? Okay. Footage of him at Evolve. That's alright, isn't it? Showing Cody's story during commercial break. It's alright. I don't see any issue with that. Oh yeah, this was great. Warlord in, Warlord out. Classic. Yeah, Baby Finn's cool. We've saw that last week. I think yeah, Finn, I was gonna say Finn tweeted, can someone change my diaper? Come on, Jinder! Come on, Jinder! The modern day Maharaja! Boo! The rubbishery. The rubbishery is making his way down. I hope Jinder wins tonight, said Johnny. Johnny, we all do. Alan said Daisy's rooting for chaos. Yeah, man. My new favorite wrestler. Let's see if anyone's changed their mind. If their judgment is getting clouded by all the hype that's around. Who wins? Who leaves as champion? Is it Jinder? Or is it Seth? And how is Seth going to get past Indus Sher? And why are we running out of time? This match should have started like an hour ago. This needed to be an Iron Man match. We needed an hour of Seth versus Jinder. The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Unite us, Jinder! Unite us, Jinder, sign! Yes, Jinder! Bring us together! Oh, look at the Unite us, Jinder sign. Come on, Jinder, unite us. Bring us all together. Bring us together as one. Booze! Stupid little rock. They probably haven't got the internet there. Chaos, all of it. Give it to Jinder. Laramie, I'm right there with you, buds. I'm right there with you. George said this should main event WrestleMania, to be honest. Definitely. Jinder feels great, but he feels offended. Yes. Icon Legend, thank you. I can't retweet it, though, because your account is locked. But I've still liked it. Right, here we go then. Jinder against... Oh, already we've got someone popping up. Sangha, I believe it was, as Jinder now rains down some blows. Unite us, Jinder! Unite us! Jinder slamming down Seth. Elbows coming in there by Seth. He gets round the back. Back elbow by Seth as a kick comes in. Against the ropes. Went for a curb, Seth. No joy. Kick to the midsection. Going for double underhooks, but Jinder hurls Seth. Wow, to the outside. I think Rhea was like, I'm not touching him. I'm not touching him. Come on, like, there's three of you out there. Let's work together. One of you distract the ref. The other one, start laying the boot in. Mess him up. Chops coming in by Seth. Jinder. Oh, right to the throat. Scoops up Seth. He's got Seth up. Seth, though, pushes Jinder into the ring post. Jinder goes down. Crowd singing Seth's song. Seth charging over. Knee straight to the side of the head. Jinder goes down. Seth getting in the face of... I think it's Rhea. Yeah, that was Rhea. Rhea and Sangha having words with Seth on the outside. Who's coming down? Damian Priest. Oh! Damian Priest has made his presence felt. Oh my God. Don't hinder the Jinder, Damian. Don't hinder the Jinder. Oh my God. Perhaps he's going to be there to help Jinder. Yeah. Yeah, he'll wallop Seth with the briefcase. Because if there's one thing that Damian wants more than that title, it's to see Tony Khan upset. So he's going to come down, bang, wallop Seth with the briefcase. Jinder, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Little Rock's going to explode. Jinder. Oh, this kind of Bollywood dancing, Bangra. Yeah. India. Erupting with joy. They'll start throwing them colours around that they do for that celebration. All these colours. Oh, it's going to be so good, man. Come on, Jinder. You missed a super chat. Oh, I always miss super chats. That's what I do, Austin. It's basically my specialist subject. Timothy said, when will Damian cash in? Well, that's come up a few times tonight. I personally wouldn't have him do it before WrestleMania. So, clearly no problem with him coming down. No problem with him teasing it. But I wouldn't have him do it before WrestleMania. I just think it's good for him to be in the conversation with all like these title matches. You know, whilst he's got that briefcase, he's still in the conversation. Like, he's just come out and this is a big moment. Had he have cashed it in before this point, he couldn't be there now. Do you know what I mean? So, like, if he'd have cashed in, like, at Survivor Series or something, we wouldn't be able to do this now. And that is going to be true if he cashes in tonight. We can't do anything at the Rumble. We can't do anything at WrestleMania. We can't do anything at Elimination Chamber. I just think the longer he has it, the more it puts him in these kinds of positions. So, for me personally, I wouldn't have him cash in tonight. But he's out there, and it's obviously a possibility. The great thing about the cash-in is it can happen at any time. But yeah, if I was booking it, I would keep Damian in the mix for a long time, as long as I could. Certainly up until WrestleMania. But he's out there, and we are at commercial break. Is he going to cash it in? Oh, maybe that should be the poll. I can tell you that people haven't changed their minds. So you lot are standing firm at the moment. 61% of you think Seth wins. 38% think Jinder. So still around that sort of 60-40 range. But I've asked a new question now. Just when you think you've got the answers, I changed the question. And I'm now asking, does Damian cash in? That's my new question. Does Damian cash in? Yes or no? 60-40 before. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? 60-40. Damian Priest has come and sat down. He's watching the action. They've given Jinder no time to operate here. We had just very little opportunity to do anything before the commercial break. Now we're back from commercial break. We've got 8 minutes. These two are going to have to cook within a relatively short space of time. Jinder driving a knee into Seth. And again. Oh, Seth gets his leg up. Jinder goes back. Kick to the midsection there by Jinder. Jinder with a stretch being applied. An abdominal stretch by Jinder. I always like to see them grinding in when they do that. I always like to see this. Is he doing it? Oh, he's got the hand here, but he's not really grinding it. Grind it! Grind it, Jinder! Get in there. It's for the title! Ugh. Elbows coming in. I mean, no one's ever won with it, but... goes for a clothesline. Seth goes against the ropes. Clothesline there by Seth. Jinder stands in the middle of the ring. Seth goes back against the ropes. Collision. Both guys colliding into each other. Seth goes back again. Forearm strike by Jinder as Seth goes down. Forearm strike. Jinder rocked. He comes back with a shot. Another forearm strike by Seth as Jinder throws in a forearm. They're just exchanging shots at the moment. There's nothing here from Jinder that's going to win him a championship, though. Come on, Jinder. Dig deep. Channel the Indian gods. James said, when a person cashes in as almost it's important as who it is, but the who has been wrong before, never the when. So James said, when a person cashes in, it's almost as important as who it is, but who has been wrong before, never the when. That's an interesting one to get our teeth into. Have they ever botched when someone has cashed in? I mean, going back to last year theory, I mean, I feel like that was botched because they cashed it in on a mid-card title and he didn't even succeed. Like, for me, that was not right. So I would say the when was wrong on that one. But if you look at the successful cash-ins and not the unsuccessful ones, those ones have been at the right time because they were successful. So I get your point from that perspective. When it comes to successful cash-ins, people have chose the right time because it worked for them. So I do agree with you on that. But we won't know if this is the right time until he is successful or not. That's the only catch in it. Jinder getting back up to his feet. Seth coming over, looking to pick up Jinder. It was a lovely springboard moonsault, by the way, by Seth. Jinder has got Seth up, but Seth gets back down to his feet, reversing. Oh, I love that. Oh, lovely. So Jinder had Seth up. Seth managed to get back down, and he got Jinder up. Hit him with was it a Falcon Arrow? Seth going back to the corner. Charging over, but a big kick there by Jinder. Super kick coming back by Seth. Seth looking for double underhooks on Jinder. Ooh, pedigree. Oh, his knee gave out. Seth's knee gave out. Pedigree, but Seth's knee gave out. Trying to get the pin. 1, 2, and Veer puts Jinder's leg on the rope. Referee is telling the guys to get back. I feel like the ref probably should kick Indus Sher from ringside for that. I just don't think they've left him enough time. I really don't think they've left him enough time. I feel like that spot right there is where the ref should be like, get out of there. But it's like, we've only got 2 minutes. We haven't got time for the ref to do the old, oh. Seth goes for a splash. Jinder moves out the way. Damian Priest is having a little look, standing up. Jake the Snake eliminated Andre without putting his hands on him. Now that's goated, said James. That's true. Is this the time? Damian's having a look. Is this the time? But Drew has made his presence felt. Drew's arrived a bit too early, to be honest. Forearm strike. Now Damian and Drew are going at it. I feel like that might have just answered our question. I think Drew is going to prevent Damian from cashing in. It's a shame he didn't wait a bit longer and... Oh, Jinder! 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 Double knees by Jinder! 1, 2... Dawn! Oh my God! Cheap shot. Didn't see it. But all of a sudden, Jinder had Seth. Come on, Jinder! Oh, man, that was a great moment. Jinder smells blood. He's pointed over to the corner. Come on, Jinder. Whatever your plan is. We've got a distraction now. Come on, Jinder. Chair being thrown in. Chair being thrown in. Ah, it took too long. It took way too long. You can tell this is not... Oh! The briefcase! The briefcase! Oh my God! Seth Seth gets planted! 1, 2, oh my God! It's a 2! He did nail him with the money in the bank, but it wasn't enough! Oh my God, I'm on my knees! I'm on my knees! Give it, Jinder! Give it, Jinder, the modern day Maharaja! No! Oh. Come on! No. Oh. Damn you, Tony Khan! This is your fault, Tony Khan! You hindered the Jinder! Oh. I thought he had it, man. I thought he had it. I thought he got it. When he nailed him with the money in the bank. Oh, it stings. It stings. Man. Oh. James said Seth was never losing. Oh, it stings. It burns. It burns. Oh, do you know what was so good about that? When the distraction happened with Damian and Drew and Jinder hit the finishing move, you do go, oh my God, are they going to do it? And then he doesn't succeed. And you go, right, there you go. That was it. That was it. That was the moment, right? And then as soon as he gets nailed, Seth gets nailed with the money in the bank. I think it was Xavier, I don't know. I couldn't see who it was. One of the Indashir nailed him. You go, oh my God, hang on, he just kicked out of the one. Now he's just got nailed with the briefcase. Oh my God. I was like, they had me. They really had me. I can't remember the last time I was this heartbroken. This is a pain I might never recover from. But there we go. It was a win. It was a win for Seth Rollins. All thanks to Tony Khan. Right, put in the result, what your thought of that. What did you think of that match? Oh, can't believe it, man. They really got me. They really, really got me. I really thought when he hit him with that briefcase, I thought they were going to pull the trigger. And do you know what? That would have been such a great way to have done it as well. Totally believable. Everything would have made sense. Jinder would have cheated his way to that title. Totally, everything would have been like, yep, adds up. Checks out. Let's double check the receipt. Yep. Yeah, that's correct. I blame Tony Khan, said Johnny. We all do, Johnny. We all do. CK said they put against Seth, I root for. Why? But I'm not feeling him as a world champion. Triton said the disappointment is right up there with Sammy and Roman. James said last time you used this heartbroken was when Austin refused to get naked for you in the shower. Listen, if you think Austin 316 would ever refuse to get naked for me, you've misread this whole situation. Last time I was this upset is when I went to the shower and Austin 316 was naked in there. That's the last time I was this upset. But we're not going to think about that because my therapist has told me to move on. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump over to Wrestling Days Clips, which is the second channel. And we're going to ask the question, what did you score WWE Raw? What did you score WWE Raw? Did you think it was an all-time? Did you think it was great? Did you think it was good? Did you think it was okay? Or did you think it was bad? So that is available now for you to vote on if we put it up on screen. So this is the second channel, Wrestling Days Clips. We just use it for low-level news videos, to be honest. But we also use it for the results of the shows and what people thought about them. So you can see we get some good engagement. SmackDown here, look, 482. I'll take that. So, yeah, what did you think of Raw? You can go over to Wrestling Days Clips, click on Community, and then you can vote for what you thought about Raw. So, if we have a look at SmackDown, we got 348 votes on this one, and it came through as... I need to jot these down. It was 6% all-time, 31% great, 54% good, 6% okay, 3% bad. So good wins, 54%. But what I always do is add the scores above, because those people also thought that it was, you know, good. They thought it was even better than good. So 54 add 6 gets us to 60. 31 gets us to 91%. So 91% thought this was good or above. So what we need to do is we need to open up the show scores, and we need to add this to the show scores. So we can do that now, and we'll get a few final thoughts, and then I'm going to run away and do the unseen video. So this was good, 91% for SmackDown, not Raw. This was SmackDown on Friday. That puts it down quite low, actually. That actually puts it down quite low. So it goes here. So good. Oh, hello. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, where's all my scores gone? What's going on? Let's go back. Back. Had a malfunction. There we go. Good. 91%. Good. 54%. SmackDown. What was the date of that SmackDown? It was the... it's the 15th today. 14th. Was it 12? 12, I think. Bang, bang, bang. There we go. So, this is where we are with all the shows that we've been watching. So this one goes here, good 54%. Need to make that blue. Bang. Bang, lovely. I need to make that bold. Lovely. So there we go. That is where we are with the scores so far. So SmackDown comes in pretty low, to be honest. It seems like people weren't massively feeling the show. We'll have to see what this Raw comes in at. These are where the ones are. I mean, look, just early mid-December, we've got the 9th of December. We've got the 11th of December. That's one where The Rock showed up. That scored really well. That's the third highest scored show. NXT struggling for a while. The best NXT was the one on Boxing Day that we've seen, and we've got about month and a half sort of data, so we haven't got tons of data, to be honest. We're still building this, but every show that goes by we add to it, and this is where we are with the ratings so far. So yeah, we will add tonight's Raw to that list tomorrow. So if you are around for NXT, we're going to watch NXT. We're going to score the matches. We're going to score the show, and we will add Raw to it tomorrow. Hope that makes sense. Right, we have done that. I like to do that. A little bit of housekeeping. Lovely. We'll jump into the chat, get a few final comments, and then, as we said, we are going to run away so that we can do the unseen video. We also need to get I'm going to end that now, actually. If I don't end it now, I'll forget about it. So 44% thought the match was great, 24% thought it was good, 21% said all time, and 9% said meh. That means that Seth against Jinder is easily the highest rated match of this Raw, which you would expect because it was the main event. But actually, I also think that's going to put it in good standing on our ranking of the matches so far this year. I think that's actually going to put it in a really good place. In fact, we can just have a quick look because I'm really interested. So, great 44 is what it scored. Where does that put it with other matches? Let's go here. So, great 44. We have to add the 21 above as well because they obviously thought it was also great. So that puts it as great 65. Jinder against Seth goes there. Jinder, do you know what? Wow. It's only just below Seth and Drew. It's only just below Seth and Drew. That's amazing, isn't it? So of all the matches we've seen, Jinder and Seth, according to you lot, what you've just voted, you're putting it in 5th place. Just ahead of Cody Shinsuke. But just, and when I say just, I mean by 1%. By 1%, you're putting it just below Seth and Drew. Fair play. Fair play. I'm glad that it came across well. I don't know that that will have changed people's minds about Jinder, but it's good that it was a well-received match. Can't really ask for much more than that, can you? So, lots of moving parts in it, though. We had Indus, we had Damian Priest, we had Drew McIntyre. You know, there was a lot of moving parts there. Right, tonight's Raw is a 7, said stand-and fight. Jinder, Seth pushed it into the 7th territory. R-Truth Judgment Day stuff was gold. Live, laugh, and love. Austin said, I love the opening segment, the R-Truth moments, and the main event. Everything else was a bit meh. A. Jobson said Triple H should send Tony a thank you after the ratings come out. We did it, Tony. We did it. Well, we don't ever look at the ratings for the stream, right? I do have them in the background. And I'm just going to show you the pattern of the stream because it does record it on YouTube. That's how the stream has looked tonight. Now, this bit here where it plummets, that's when my computer crashed. So what I would say is ignore that plummet. If you can see the viewership just declining as we get from, say, 1 a.m., just a steady decline, which will, be exactly the same for Raw. People will tune in at the start, and as the show goes on, and then, things aren't grabbing them, there'll be a steady decline. This is the pattern we normally see, but look at that jump up for Jinder and Seth. Look at that spike at the end, how that increases. So, absolutely, yes. If this is going to be reflected... If this is going to be reflected in the show's 15-minute breakdown, then I would expect it to be a case that Jinder and Seth has just performed very well. Because certainly looking at our numbers, people were interested enough where it took us from where it had declined to the highest point of the stream. So more people were watching this stream for Seth and Jinder than at any other point during the stream. So again, it's not an exact science. I mean, of course it isn't, but I mean, I'd say that's a good sign that Seth and Jinder did have people's attention. And, I just don't know that people would have been as interested if it wasn't for Tony Khan. I think Tony Khan absolutely has made a difference on those Raw ratings in a positive way for WWE. So, I don't know. Will that be lesson learned? I don't know. I don't know if he is going to even think about it or be bothered by it, or I don't know. But I think he definitely did influence the numbers for WWE tonight. Days, are you going out? He's got his coat on. Who? Me? I do have my coat here, but it's only because it's cold. So, no. I don't know. On. See you. Thanks for the stream. Stand and Fight, shout out to you. What did you rate the show tonight, said Kashawn? Yeah, I tend to be around that kind of 7 mark as well. I probably could go down to 6, 7, 5. I mean, I agree. I thought the open was good. I like the R-Truth stuff. I am interested in Jey Uso maybe getting involved with Gunther. Like, I think that's interesting. I think the main event definitely, the false finish in particular, I mean, massively got me. It got me. I was so into it. I was right there, man. That briefcase shot had me as much as I think anything got me in the past few years, actually. I was right there. I was like, oh my God, they're doing it. And then they didn't. God damn it. So yeah, that was, you know, I always think, like, when it comes to judging a show, was I ever bored at any point? No, I wasn't bored. I was watching the show. I was enjoying the action I was seeing. Not all of it was edge of the seat. Oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever seen. I agree. Like, you could describe some of it as take it, leave it. But there was enough, like, Becky and Rhea, that moment where Becky's like, I don't think I'm as good as you, or I think you're better than me. I need to prove you're not. Like, yeah, that's good. That's good. The R-Truth stuff, that's good. The Cody Drew stuff, that's good. The Jinder false finish stuff, that's good. Jey attacking Ludvig backstage, that's good. Because that, I feel like Gunther Jey is where we're going. There was just enough throughout the show to kind of keep the interest where it needed to be, and then a few little highlights. So I don't know, 6, 7, 5, 7. I feel like I'm around that kind of ballpark. Those are the reasons why if someone was to say, nah, this was a bad show, that's why I'd be like, no, I don't think it is. I think a bad show, I would be wanting to not watch and turn off and wouldn't be engaged or wouldn't be interested. I can sit here and go, well, hang on, we had that. I can give you enough reasons as to why this held my interest. And you know, I think things like DIY put on a really good match, actually. Like, their match I thought was pretty decent. The DIY match, like, they had the crowd going, and the crowd seemed to be quite invested in that. So and like R-Truth not being able to tag in, like, you know, I know we already mentioned him, but he deserves another mention. He's awesome. So yeah, I think there was enough here. I really do. I think there was enough for this to be seen as being a perfectly fine episode. I think that it might not be enough for some people, though. You know, I am a WWE stan. I am someone that loves WWE and loves the product and has watched it my whole life. So it's probably not going to be too hard to get my attention and to get me to enjoy the products, because I've seen so much of it. I know the kind of thing to expect. And this, you know, delivered compared to what I've seen before. But I think if you are someone, I don't know, that maybe wants The Rock all the time, and maybe wants cash-ins, and maybe wants title changes, and maybe wants call-ups, and maybe wants legends, and maybe wants more, then, you know, maybe this didn't deliver for you, because there wasn't any of that stuff, you know. But that to me is why we're not talking 8s. You know, if we'd had that stuff, we'd be in a much higher number. We'd be in like the 8s, 8.5, maybe 9 territory if it had all that stuff. But yeah, I think for me, like a 6, 7, 5, 7, probably around that ballpark. I think that's a fair score. So on that bombshell, we need to wrap it up because I need to do the unseen video, and I want to make sure it goes out tonight because we haven't got time to mess around with doing it the next day, unfortunately. It's on to the next thing, constantly moving forward. So I'm going to go off and do that. A big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I know there's so much going on in the world. There's football and just more football. So I know there's so much going on. So the fact that you chose to hang out with us, I know I say thank you on a regular basis, but I really mean it, because, you know, without you, these streams just wouldn't exist. Like, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for your support. So it's not lost on me. It's really appreciated. And I hope people got something from the show. If not, don't worry about it, because we're real close to the Royal Rumble, and we're really not that far away now. So next stop, NXT tomorrow, and obviously Wrestling Escape Pods. We've got SmackDown coming up. We got UFC this weekend. We'll be back doing go homes next week. We'll have predictions on the channel this weekend. So much going on, man. So much going on. What a time to be a wrestling fan. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. Let him in. Shout out to you. And see you again next time. Bye for now.